hearing, for her, I knew for sure that what exactly she had done, and so I was curious of whether.
Well, look, if you were on your deathbed, on your deathbed, and you had an organ failing, and you could get a oinker organ, would you go for it?
Probably not, because.
Really? It's the only thing we've got available, ma'am. You're going to be dead inside of 24 hours unless you let us do this.
I probably would not have an option of that.
Well, I know, but I'm giving you that option right now.
I probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No, although I do know that porcine valves are, the closest thing.
Yeah, we're talking about an entire pig heart here. So.
The pig heart.
Is that a yes or no?
To ours, so
maybe.
No, I don't think I would.
No, you
I'd
wouldn't.
rather die.
All right. Well, I hear you. Thank you very much for the call. We're going to break here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from May 16th, 1997.
I know a lot more than I can say. Anyway, park that in the back of your head. The third part of the trilogy, the important one I've been waiting for is... Well, I can't talk anymore about it. But I can tell you that much. It's on the way. All right, I have on my website now the second photograph, a worldwide exclusive, of the alleged interrogation of an alien creature at Area 51. It was sent to me this afternoon and placed on the website about an hour prior to broadcast time tonight. It is a remarkable photograph, and here is a fax. Art, I have printed that photo on your website and have looked at it as carefully as possible under gross magnification. The size of the alien's cranium is amazing. This is not the configuration that one would see in a human. Of course, the eyes are not only large, but note the significant symmetrical light reflex the dot-like shine in each eye in response to the photo lighting source. The doctor, in quotes, appears to be demonstrating features of the mouth. If you look at the posture of both his hands and their position, it has a truly professional feel, in quotes, as well. If we could see the physician's face, particularly his eyes, I think we could get even more information. I don't know for sure, Art, given the limitations of this photo, but it looks real to me. Wow, what a picture. Yes, I know. And next week, Saturday at midnight Pacific, Victor, using a voice-changing device, is going to be here. And we're going to find out as much as we can. So we are actually privy now to 2 worldwide exclusives. One, of course, being the photograph that we have up there for you to look at now. And the other being the opportunity, even with a voice changer, to question Victor about what really happened in that interrogation room, about details. It's going to be absolutely fascinating, and I appreciate the opportunity to be doing this, and I'm trying to put together in my head exactly how I want to do it. I will treat Victor as I do all my guests, and I will allow Victor to tell his story as he wishes to tell it, and then you may be the judge of the veracity of what you hear. But I'm looking forward to that opportunity. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, Art. You
Hello.
know this partial birth abortion stuff?
Yeah.
Well, there was a mother and father was going to have their daughter at the thing, testify in Washington, D.C. there or whatever.
What?
Was going to have their 5-year-and-a-half-year-old daughter.
They have a 5.5-year-old daughter, and what?
These people were going to, at the hearings of the partial birth abortion.
And the 5.5-year-old was going to testify to say what?
Well, she wasn't allowed in. Barbara Box had fixed it in such a way they said, well,
sir, hello.
Yeah?
What was she going to say?
guess it was going to show that she was healthy. She can, I guess, play computer games and stuff, what I heard. And she,
In other words, she was alive.
but she was supposed to have been
Aborted?
partially birth aborted. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And some of the people in Washington, D.C. there, and I guess Barbara Boxer worked around and said, no, the fetus cannot be there. But how could she be a fetus at 5.5 years old?
Well, she's not a fetus at 5.5
I know.
years old. That's just stupid.
I know.
All right. Well, that's dumb. She's not a fetus. So, I find that a little hard to swallow. I mean, a 5.5-year-old child, is not a fetus. Period. My attitude on abortion is that if truly the mother's life is at risk, in other words, if proceeding with the birth at the last minute in an emergency situation, a true emergency, not a choice of convenience, because that's morally reprehensible, and it's the equivalent of murder. However, if at the very last moment there is a choice between the life of the child and the life of the mother, and there is a near certainty that to continue with that, I mean, I can only tell you what I would do in my own case, all right? If my wife was pregnant and the moment of birth was approaching and the doctor came to me and said, if we proceed, there's almost a certain chance your wife is going to die, I would say proceed with the abortion, assuming my wife at that point would be under some sort of general anesthetic or something, and I was the only one who could make the choice. To me, it would be a no-brainer. It sure wouldn't be easy, but that sure as hell would be my answer. I would not be prepared to lose my wife. Would you? Then the other side of the coin is the politics they play with it, and that is that give them an inch and they'll take a mile. And if we are aborting children at the last minute, sucking their brains out, the scissors business and all that, for convenience, or even more horribly because you don't like the sex or something else of that child, then it's murder. Otherwise, it's a life versus a life, like the scales of justice. You've got to make a choice, a horrible choice, and I hope to hell I never have to make it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, it is. Are you talking to this person?
I am, depending on who this person is.
Unusual. This person's Amos. I just heard you make a remark about.
Amos, would you turn your radio off?
Oh, where is it?
I don't know.
Hold on a minute.
You're there. I'm not.
It's pretty late.
I'll hold while you turn it off, Amos, at least for a moment here.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to tell you my background is medicine, and I followed this business quite well. And I think if you only had on the person that, well, I don't even mention him, but he's the Black Avenger had on one day about 3-4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You would know for sure that the doctor alone makes the determination, and he makes it a long time before there's any danger. The people are lined up in rows for this thing. They do several. Every doctor does several of them in a day, and the people are in the 2 or 3 days ahead of time to get themselves opened up. And the way you do it,
Okay, well, that's murder.
No, wait a minute. Yes, it is murder. Absolutely is murder.
I have no argument with you, but also, hold it, sir. There are times when there are last-minute emergencies.
Well,
God knows lots of women sir, lots of women have died in childbirth.
Well, yes, there are quite a few die in childbirth. Most of them because they're doing it without a doctor at all, as my mother did. How many of us? 7 out of 9. My mother had without a doctor, and I'm the first one. So
that doesn't bear on this question.
No, but what does bear on this question is that these partial births, you must know that the baby is healthy. Its toes are twinkling and moving. The doctor turns it around and pulls it out.
Sir, I know what happens.
Only the face is inside the womb.
I know.
Well, I don't think there's any excuse for thinking the woman's life is in danger.
Yes, there is.
I don't think there's 1 out of 1,000.
Well, if it's 1 out of 1,000,
you shouldn't have a doctor determine the other 999 they're going to be killed and murdered.
I don't disagree with you.
Oh, I'm glad you don't. Now that I have you, and it's the first time I've been able to reach you in almost 2 years, I dial sometime for an hour and a half in a row. The phone rings and rings, and then
I know.
The operator cuts it off. And
I know.
the whole thing.
I know.
But my background is in medicine and science, and in history in the last 15 years.
Yes.
I'm in my 84th year, and I'm very, very adamant about the great lie that's being promoted for 51 years now, that is, according to Dr. Henry Morris, the basis of all harmful philosophies and evil practices in the world today.
Which is what?
And that is this damnable, evil, bloody religion called science. I'm speaking of the pagan religion of evolutionism. There's not a stick of science to support it, not one tiny iota.
Okay.
On that, I'll stick now. I would like to be,
all right, sir.
I would like to offer to be on the program some night.
Well, you can offer.
Calls.
You can offer if you wish, but on the face of it, you're beginning with something that is simply not true. You can't say there's one stick. There's not one stick of science, one shred of scientific evidence that evolution is true. There's all kinds of evidence that evolution is true. I'm sorry. Your statement is simply totally inoperative. It may not be a conclusive done deal, but your statement that there's not one shred of evidence indicating that evolution is a fact is absolutely ridiculous. So there would be no argument with you. You're accepting that as a matter of conviction, like a religion. So there would be no arguing with you. And with regard to the abortion, I'll simply refer you to what I said a little while ago. Even if it's 1 in 1,000, If a doctor told me that to continue with a birth would kill my wife, I'm telling you right now, there would be no choice. I would say save my wife. And if you or anybody else got in my way, you'd have immediate physical problems. Do you understand? So I don't begrudge you, sir, your belief system. But you try and get in the way of my wife's life, and yours won't be worth 2 cents if you follow me. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
KQMS, Redding, California.
Well, good morning to you.
How come people think it's okay to talk about pagans like that?
Well, they can, look, this is open lines. They can say anything they want.
I know, but you don't hear people calling you up early just saying things like about black people like that. Sometimes they might.
Oh, yes, you do.
Sometimes they might. Well, even the Pope made fun of us.
Yeah.
Why do people think that's okay?
Because it's easy to pick on minorities, hon. That's why.
Well, it isn't okay, and it hurts my feelings.
Are you a pagan?
Yeah.
Define a pagan.
Well,
Yes?
a pagan is anybody who's not a Christian, number one.
Oh,
That's
come
according
on.
to their definition.
Oh, you mean the Christian definition?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's the way
don't
the
give
Pope
me
sees
don't
it.
give me the Christian definition. Give me your definition.
My definition?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I've never been asked that before.
I specialize in doing those things.
I noticed.
I mean, you're saying I'm a pagan.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's a pagan? What do you believe? What do you believe that causes you to say I'm a pagan? Forget the dictionary definition. Let's hear Ten's definition of what a pagan is. Somebody who has broken all 10 commandments?
No.
Somebody who does not believe there is a creator?
Oh no. I believe
No?
in the goddess and the god. In fact, I think we're made in their image.
Somebody who worships idols?
What's an idol?
Oh, don't you remember idols? Don't you remember
Just a
when
statue?
Moses was up there getting the tablets and they were down there worshiping
Building
the
the golden
golden
calf.
idols? Yeah.
Could be. Uh-huh.
So do you worship a golden calf
Nope.
or another type of idol like that?
Nope. I don't worship.
How about the dollar bill?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I've got a little shrine for 100 here, you know.
Hey, I have the dollar bill or the $100 bill with your face on it right above here. I said, hey, Nick,
You know, I was wondering who did that. Somebody made up a dollar bill. with
you
my
look
face
pretty
on it.
good too. Hey, I just wanted to tell you, that guy who called or faxed in and said you're ugly and you shouldn't be on TV? I
Yeah,
thought that was rude.
Oh, no, it's all right.
Well, I don't think you're ugly, and I still don't want to see you on TV.
Thank you.
I know. I'm
That's
like,
good because I'm really swearing it off.
good.
I'll tell you what I've got.
I've hear you say that.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I'm swearing it off. That's it. I mean, that's it. And I'm getting offered TV programs and series now and all kinds of stuff. And I'm going to.
Oh, I bet. Well, no, I
I'm gonna stop it.
I enjoyed when you were on Dark Skies. That was kind of a neat little thing.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was cool. But listen, I want to tell you, to prove my point, I don't watch Larry King. Tell you anything?
You know
You
what?
know what I mean?
I watch Larry King about once a year.
Yeah, well, I don't watch him at all.
Well, if he does something like on Area 51 or something like that, I'll watch that.
I think somebody videotaped that for me.
Yeah, see, there you are.
Can I say one more thing?
One more thing.
And then I'm going to go look at the definition of a pagan or figure one out. And
I wouldn't do that. I just stick with whatever you believe. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. About cynicism about the government, like you were talking about yesterday.
Oh, yes.
There's this really, I don't know, people have this really weird attitude. And it's my opinion that the government doesn't make the nation, the people make the nation.
I agree with you. Thank you. And it accounts for why it's one of the reasons that I have ceased to generally talk about things political. I mean, I will do it occasionally if there's a specific real reason to do it. But you know what? Most of what's being done in Washington right now is irrelevant to our lives. And I really mean that. I have come to believe that who is president is more or less irrelevant. They are arguing about things that are utterly irrelevant to us, mostly for the sake of arguing. I really have come to that personal conclusion. And I am not going to devote hours and hours of arguing about things that don't make a damn bit of difference one way or the other. And if that is what you want to hear, then you can hear it up and down the dial all across America, because talk radio seems devoted to the holy grail of discussion of things like Newt Gingrich's fine or whatever else happens to be going on in Washington. It's utterly without redeeming value. And if it should acquire some, I will again talk about it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Margie in California.
Hi, Margie.
Okay, the definition of a pagan is one that does not believe in the traditional Christian beliefs.
Margie, would you yell into your phone for us? I heard that. Somebody who does not believe in traditional Christian beliefs. Well, I wouldn't think of a Buddhist as a pagan.
But the Christians do.
Well, that's their problem,
Yes.
as far as I'm concerned. In other words, I disagree with the definition.
Mhm.
To me, a pagan worships some sort of a golden calf, as a good example. And I think that God may be known by many names, and one of them may be Buddha, Mohammed. There may be many names for our Creator, not just one.
And what that woman should, what I believe the woman should say is that she's Wiccan.
Well, I don't think she is Wiccan.
Well, Wiccans do believe in the god and the goddess.
Well, maybe she is Wiccan. I'll tell you what I'll do. You're Wiccan?
Mm-hmm.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
You are?
Yes.
You're a witch.
Not in the Halloween tradition.
Well, let's not mince words here, but a Wiccan is a witch, yes?
Yes. And same way with, Wiccan is male or female, and witch is male or female.
Did you see The Craft?
I think I've seen the previews of it.
Uh-huh. How long have you been a Wiccan?
I was initiated about a year ago.
About a year ago.
Mm-hmm. I used to be.
Look, I have a break here. Can you hold on through the news?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hang in there. Just rest easy on your broom. And we'll get right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from May 16th, 1997. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from May 16th, 1997.
Good morning. It's Saturday morning. The weekend has arrived already. They really are moving. It is the quickest. They're moving faster, faster, faster. Weeks are racing by, months and the years. Nor me. I did it even before I did this all-night talk show. Okay, dismount the broom.
Yes. Do I ever dismount?
Can you Can you tell me about the Wiccan religion? Is that proper?
Well, I don't know if you'd call it a religion, but
What would you call it?
a belief.
Okay. Can you tell me about it?
Well, it's earth orientated, and it's, well, I haven't been in it all that long to really be well versed on it, but I feel that it's you're honoring nature and life. And have you ever heard of the threefold law?
Threefold law.
Mm-hmm.
No, what is that?
Whatever you do.
Oh, comes back to you threefold.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I like to think of it as a tenfold, because
Other people call it karma, whatever.
you could say that. But see, if you can imagine doing something bad towards somebody, and it coming back at you 10 times as strong,
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't want to do that, would you?
There have been moments.
But think of it: if you did something to someone else bad,
I have in my life.
and you've paid for it later, right?
Well, you never know. I mean,
One way or another, you have.
Well, you have, yeah. The answer is yes. In
Wow.
other words, you pay for it, maybe not in things that occur to you, but your psyche is affected.
That, and also that could happen to you physically or financially or emotionally.
I don't disagree. But there may be times when it's worth it. That's the human part of me talking. In other words, I have been harmed by people,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't stand for it. I harm back. Now, that's wrong, I know, turn the other cheek and all that stuff, but I don't live by that. I don't turn the other cheek.
Well,
I put my fist right back in their face. You hear me?
Yeah.
So,
there's one time when,
so karma will get me, I'm sure.
and to give an example, there's one time that some money was stolen out of my purse.
Mm-hmm.
This other person laughed about it. They lost 10 times as much out of their wallet at a swap meet.
Times 3.
Now, this one was 10 times.
They lost 10 times as much, you mean?
But see, the thing is that I didn't take part in that. I just said, okay, you'll pay for it sometime or another, And it happened the second time. The same person laughed about something that happened to me, and something worse happened to him. I says, remember the time that you laughed about me about the money? And then this last time, don't do that anymore. You're hurting yourself.
All right. Well, listen, I appreciate the call, and you call me again.
Mm-hmm.
Will you?
Well, this is actually my second time calling. The first time I called was after the Flight 800,
Oh, yes.
and you were talking to this one guy about remote viewing.
Yes.
And I called you up and told you that I tried that out of curiosity.
Yes, I recall.
Yeah, and you kind of came down.
Well, there's a times 3 rule with talk radio, too. By the time you call 3 times, we've got you.
Well, this one was the first time today.
Yeah, but I mean
Second time calling you ever.
collectively, you understand? All right, I got to run. Thank you very much for the call. From Dave in Ukiah, Dave says, Art, I have had an artificial heart valve made of titanium. I've had it for a year and a half now, and now I've developed a taste for WD-40. That's an ugly thought, Dave. How do you take it, Dave? Do you squirt it or use one of the spray bottles and just sort of slosh it around in your mouth and swallow? To answer the question of the people in the chat room right now on AOL, yes, it is me. Every now and then I just pop in there. If you would like to join us, feel free. America Online. Go to keyword. You check keyword up there at the top. And just type in Art Bell, my name. It'll take you to a place called the Periscope area, and you just click on the Grassy Knoll chat room. The Grassy Knoll chat room. I've always thought that was a particularly intriguing name for a chat room, the Grassy Knoll. And I am in there presently. Every now and then I just pop in, and whenever I do, there is an immediate great argument about whether it's really Art Bell or not. Yes, it's really me. So if you'd like to join us and you're on AOL, that's where you go. The way you get there is just type in my name and then click on the Grassy Knoll chat room, and there you'll be. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
This is Phil from Little Rock, Arkansas.
How's everything in Little Rock this morning?
Oh, it's just great.
Good.
We in the Christian world kind of consider you a new age voice crying in the wilderness, where all the subjects that you talk about and everything are things that...
Actually, sir, you probably consider me to be the Antichrist.
No, sir.
No?
No. When we...
The devil's toe jam?
No. No, whenever we hear these things,
talk about.
Yeah, it says for us to look up for our redemption draweth nigh, that Jesus is coming, and that's what you call the quickening. That all the
it's entirely possible.
The things that
in truth, there are a lot of people who think I'm the devil himself.
Well,
I'm not,
I don't.
and I think it is equally possible that what I call the quickening will lead to the return of our Lord. And I don't rule that out, despite what a lot of people think. I think it's as possible as any of the other things we talk about.
Well, I believe that your program is one of the most necessary things in today's age. That the information that we're given, the subjects that are talked about.
Well, how refreshing! You mean you don't want me tarred and feathered and drawn and quartered and run out of town on a rail, or shot with a rail gun?
No, I think you should come on earlier in the night and stay on longer.
You do, huh?
Yes, sir. It's really refreshing and delightful. I've studied all the subjects that you talk about for 25 years now.
You really think I ought to come on early? I'll tell you what I want you to do, okay?
Okay.
All weekend long this weekend, let's try an experiment. I want you to concentrate as hard as you can on the idea of me coming on earlier.
Okay.
Okay? Can you promise me to try that?
I'll be praying about it.
All right, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. Cindy in Kansas City.
Hello, Cindy.
You're already off the air here, but I've been dialing so long it's kind of become obsessive compulsive for me.
So you just keep dialing?
Yeah, I just keep dialing and keep dialing. Listen, you were talking about spontaneous combustion earlier.
Oh, yes.
Several years ago, 6 or 7 years ago, I saw a special on television about this very subject. And a doctor went around and investigated all the known reported cases in the world.
Right.
At that time, and found that there was no class of people that this happened to primarily, or age group, or race, or anything like that.
No pattern. It just happens.
No pattern, but they found only one common denominator among all of them, was that they seemed to eat a lot of shredded wheat for some reason.
Really? Shredded wheat?
Honestly, I swear.
I mean, I could understand it if they were ingesting lighter fluid, stuff like that. But, I mean, how does shredded wheat put you into flames? Especially if nobody can take shredded wheat without milk, right?
He didn't say. He just said that seemed to be the only thing that all the people had in common was the shredded wheat. And most of them ate a lot of it.
Huh.
This even happened to a 17-year-old schoolgirl walking home from school one day. She just burst into flames.
I don't want to believe that could occur.
Well, aren't you getting so big, 360-some affiliates now?
Yeah.
Good Lord, I've been trying to dial you for 2 hours. I've listened to you for 4 years, and I used to be able to get you every time.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people out there now. I really try real hard not to think about that,
Oh, hey, listen, I ordered absolutely fresh flowers for my mother for Mother's Day.
Oh, did you?
Oh, she loved them.
Oh, well.
She had flowers for the neighbors, flowers for people at work.
It really is the deal.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you some other time. Thanks for taking my
Okay.
call.
Thanks for calling. Take care. I don't want to think about how big the show is getting. Hello, Art Bell. This is Dean from Venice. Are you familiar with the program content of ABC Nightline for Friday night? Yes, I am actually, Dean. This fax is to inform you of the topic for those of you that did not see it. I believe you'll find it interesting and hope you'll discuss it on your show. They covered alien life forms, mainly of microbiological and bacterial origin. They stated that a probe was sent to the moon before the Apollo mission. In that probe was a solar panel that an installation technician sneezed on. The bacteria left on the panel was launched to the moon. The probe stayed on the moon for 2 years in a zero-oxygen, highly radioactive environment. When the Apollo NASA mission retrieved the probe, they discovered the bacteria to be alive and active. Scientists are concerned that bringing soil samples back from Mars could contain microbial life forms that are not killed by the harsh environment of space. They spoke about the very real possibility that these life forms could have serious negative impact on Earth. If you have seen this Nightline segment, I would like to hear your opinion and ask you to open the topic for discussion. Yeah, sure. Dean, by the way, thank you for the facts, Dean. I think that's pretty good evidence that such a thing is indeed possible. And that if we bring back material objects, rocks, whatever, such a thing could occur. However, bear in mind that the Earth is constantly being bombarded by meteorites of various size, many of which do not burn up in the atmosphere, one of which we now know contains microbial life from Mars. So if that danger was real, then we should have already been infected by, and perhaps are infected by, and one day will be infected by something from somewhere else that doesn't quite burn up completely in the atmosphere. So I would think the risk of bringing back something from Mars would be no bigger than we experience as a general basis as meteorites re-enter and make it. Just my thought. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Mel.
Hey there.
Hey, this is Joe from Mel's Hole, Washington.
There's no such town.
Yeah, well, you know Mel's Hole, right?
Of course.
I was the guy that called you about the hose reel, remember? Trying to reel up the fishing line.
The 80,000 feet of
Yeah,
monofilament.
80,000 feet of monofilament. Told you put it on a garden hose reel.
Yeah.
Now you know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, I just got in from the field, and I noticed you're talking about some pretty obscure stuff here.
I always do.
Well, I got a couple riddles for you. It was given to me by my father, and they seem pretty simple and pretty innocent enough, but maybe you want to dwell over them, and there might be somebody out there that can give you a better answer to them that I've come across.
Let me hear it. I generally don't like this kind of thing.
Okay. Dad, the first thing Dad told me was, how can you say you've been there if you've never been there before? That was one. I think my answer to it, I think, was
let me stop you right there. How can you say you've been there if you've never been there before?
Right.
Where is the riddle in that? That's just common sense.
It's just no. It's a thing. It was something to think about.
Why?
Well, I guess it means deja vu, maybe. See, and then the other one is.
Well, that's the answer to the riddle, deja vu.
No, I don't know.
What do you know?
I come up with?
Do you know what the definition of deja vu is?
You've been there before.
You feel that you have been there before,
right?
Even though you have not. So if that is a riddle, that is the answer.
Right, and that's what I thought it was.
All right. Well, let's hear. I'll hear one more from you.
Okay. The second one is, learn to see beyond the end of your nose, and you shall know the ways of life.
Grasshopper.
That's the second one.
Grasshopper.
Well, no, my dad was They're half Native Indian.
I see. All right. Well, that's something that would have been said to Grasshopper probably in one of the early grades, right? Something about the nose. Sounds Chinese. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes. Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is my first attempt this morning to call you.
We'll see. Now, see, you get people on here that have been saying, I've been trying for a year and a half. And then you get somebody, of course, that's why we have the first time caller line.
Well, I will tell you, it's not without great diligence this morning. My name is Brian, and I'm calling from Friendswood, just near Houston.
All right.
And you have gone off the air, but I keep on trying. We pick you up at about 1 a.m., and we carry you until 4 a.m.
That seems reasonable.
It is. I wish you could be on longer.
I wish we could, too.
Even more so.
But, I mean, you know, radio stations have things they do.
Very true. Very true. As a matter of fact, I've done a little radio time myself on the West Coast.
It's sometimes like doing jail time, huh?
Very much so. Very much so. You have to stick to a schedule. Everyone does.
That's exactly right. And at the same time, every night the door closes.
Yes, it does. I've got three basic topics I would like to ask you real quick, each one being very short.
All right.
Number one, have you seen the latest issue of Popular Mechanics?
The movement of Area 51.
Correct.
I don't believe it. Next.
That's what I was going to ask you, whether it was information or disinformation.
I would say disinformation. That would be my take on it.
I read the article. It seemed rather apropos for this time.
Yeah, but see, they've annexed more land around what we know as Area 51. And so why do that if you're going to move it? Next question.
Very much so. Your book, The Quickening.
Yes.
I was going to mention to you that it very much falls in line with the sign of the times.
Oh, I know.
I don't want to be biblical with you, but I guess...
Yeah, that's all right. You can be, as long as it's not quoting Scripture.
Oh, well, I guess I can't then.
That's right, you can.
But it is very much like a woman in labor. You know how the...
Yes. Yeah, the first, actually, that's one definition of the quickening, is the first feeling or flutter of life.
Very much so. You have the pain becomes greater.
Yep.
And it becomes quicker.
Yeah, I didn't name it that lightly. Third topic?
And a third topic is Father Malachi. I heard earlier this evening a gentleman talking about Father Malachi.
That's right.
I listened to your program a few nights ago with Father Malachi on the show, and to my amazement, I have two jobs. I'm a screenwriter in the day, and I deliver papers at night.
And?
Don't ask me. That's very strange. I was listening to the program, and one of the stops that I made talked with me and said, did you know that Father Malachi is on? And I said, where have I heard that? I'm listening to it now, listening to Art Bell talking with this gentleman, and for the last half hour, I've been trying to figure out, where have I heard Father Malachi before? Well, I just happened to be reading his book.
Oh, Windswept House?
Yes. No, sir. It is The Keys of This Blood.
Right, that's right.
One of his older books.
Yes. Sir, I'm going to have to cut out on you here.
Okay.
Bottom of the hour, thank you. And I will mention this just to the audience quickly. My book is going to be ready to ship out on Tuesday. You can still get a first edition, second printing copy of The Quickening. Still can get a signed copy, autographed copy. You can order right now, and they'll ship on Tuesday.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to
Final segment. Can you believe it already? Here we go again. Anything goes east of the Rockies. You're on the air. And oh, by the way, good morning, Ann.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning to you.
You was talking earlier about in 50 years what the president then would be apologizing for.
Well, first of all, let me first ask you, do you think it's probable that in another 50 years we will have to be apologizing for what we're doing today?
Probably.
Yeah, me too. All right, so what do you think?
The way it's going with cloning, it'll probably be the Clinton clone in 50 years.
You mean, well?
Yeah, they went back and got his DNA and cloned Clinton.
There's reason enough right there to get to, we need a law. Because, Clinton, good, bad, or whatever, has the ability, I think, to become endlessly reelected. And if they could clone him, that would mean a Clinton future for our grandchildren and their grandchildren, and on and on.
The living nightmare. But what I called about, you said you ought to have somebody talking, being with you when you talk to Victor.
Yes.
What about the reverse speech guy? That way you know Victor's telling the truth.
No, because he can't do it instantly. That's got to be a sort of a thing later. It takes time to review and then come back later. But I don't. You know, a good question. I wonder if they can do reverse speech with a voice changer.
That's what I was wondering when you started talking like it. But have you thought about that reverse speech guy doing the interview you had with the man that flew into
Area 51?
Yeah.
That'd be a winner. That'd be a winner. And I'll tell you what else I've had a lot of requests for: reverse speech analysis of the NASA guys.
Uh-oh. First from the Clinton clone to the NASA people telling the truth. I don't know if the world could take it.
Well, I've heard a number of reversals on President Clinton. And now that you brought it up again, I say again, we must have a law. Thank you very much for the call. I mean, it's really too intense to even contemplate, even if you like President Clinton. Surely you wouldn't want an indefinite future with Clinton after Clinton after Clinton after Clinton. Hell, I couldn't even take that with George Bush. West of the Rockies? Whoops, no, you're not. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Jerry in St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, Jerry.
I thought about something that we were talking about earlier as far as the people, about people using other people's organs.
Yes.
Let's say somebody would put a serial killer or somebody's organs in. That's something to think about.
I thought about it myself, yeah. That'd be pretty awful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I asked you once before, what's the name of the music you play on Dreamland?
It's called The O of Pleasure.
The O of Pleasure.
The O of Pleasure.
And who's the group or the person who plays?
I figured you'd ask that. I can't remember.
Okay, well, thanks.
I'm sorry. I usually know. I can usually remember, but now that you've asked, I cannot remember.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Okay.
Good night. This is the music that he's referring to. And since he mentioned Dreamland, let me see here. You know what we're going to be talking about this week? Dreams. Dreams. Dr. Robert Langs is the author of the Dream Workbook and the Daydream Workbook. And we are going to take a medical look at dreams, a scientific medical look at dreams. This is not dream interpretation. We're going to be talking about dreams from a medical point of view on Dreamland this week. Don't miss it, coming up Sunday. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is Rick calling you from the L.A. area.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, listen, I once requested that you'd have Colonel James Ammerman on, and I called his office, and they said that he's supposed to come on sometime on 11 o'clock show. and it was Art Bell's show.
Well, I have received no such communication, so I don't know how they could be saying that.
Did you call him?
I think I did make a call, but there was no schedule set up, as I recall. We didn't finalize anything, so
Should I have them call you again?
Well, yes, have them fax me or something. Yes.
Yeah, because they call the 1-800 West of the Rockies line. That's probably what, because they're east of the Rockies. So I got to give them the east of the Rockies line.
That would make all the sense in the world. Better yet, give them my fax number.
Oh, I don't have it, Art.
It's you want it ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Area code 702
702
727
727
8499.
8499.
Yes,
You
sir.
got to have him on there, Art. He's got a lot to say about the Flight 800 Downing. You know.
All right, I'll listen.
Okay, thank you, Art.
Right, take care. I'll certainly listen. We were touching on that last night, the Flight 800 business with Richard Hoagland. And Richard did point out something kind of interesting. On television, they have never shown the other side of the plane. They always say there is no apparent impact or exit point. As you know, in other words, if a missile hit an airplane, presumably there would be an impact showing an inward fluxing of the metal of the fuselage as they put it back together again. And he did point out something that is, I think, right, and that is whenever they show the plane, they only show one side of it. You never get a camera look around of the entire airplane. That doesn't mean that there's something they're hiding, but he did make a pretty good point. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi. I was just
I can barely hear you, ma'am.
on one of these portable phones.
Do you have a real phone there?
No, just one of these portable ones.
All right, that's better. That's better. Just get right into it.
Okay, yeah, the woman was calling a while back talking about brain death.
Uh-huh.
And I'm a critical care nurse, and I've worked in critical care for 9 years and involved in several.
Talk into that phone, ma'am.
Oh, so I've been involved in several organ donation
Right.
cases, and we've got two criteria. I don't know if it's different in other states, but in Washington, they have to have no spontaneous respirations and no brain function other than brainstem. They're not technically brain dead, but
Well, there was a 60 Minutes piece several weeks ago in which there was no doubt about it, ma'am. Before some of the things you just talked about occurred, they were harvesting organs.
yeah, I think it depends on the nature of the injury of the patient. If there's pretty much no brain functioning other than just baseline, they usually won't.
Okay, well, I appreciate your call, but I'm not going to hold you on the line because you're just drifting away from your phone. And when you call, you've got to stay right into the phone, and pretty soon we're not hearing you. Some people have a habit of doing that. They'll make a call, and the phone, as they're talking, will slowly drop down further and further until it's finally laying on their chest. You can't do that. You got to talk right into the phone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Josie from Richmond.
Hi, Josie.
I've been difficult at getting a hold of you, but now this is the questions or the little information that I have for you about Mr. Rosenthal. When you had Richard Hoagland on the air,
yes,
Friday, Saturday, April 25th and 26th,
yep.
Richard said to, hey, everybody call the your national news of Ted Koppel and Mr. John Holloman.
Yes.
Well, I knew that the papers all copy the AP, so I called the AP service, and they directed me to this science writer called, guess what, Mr. Rosenthal. So, yes. And so I thought you would like to know that I believe I referred Hoagland's website they're all in a hurry. They're never able to really hear. They hear just some of the main points. And I said, look, NASA has decided they're not going to Europa. You know how important that was to most of us who thought there was life there or that there's a possibility of life there.
Yes.
I said for $100 million, the cost is 1/5 the cost of a bomber. We could send a.
Well, now wait a minute. Who were you actually speaking with?
Mr. Rosenthal.
You were speaking.
Yes, I was.
To Harry Rosenthal.
Yes, I was. And so he said, thank you very much. He got the website address. I can't remember if I gave the phone number for Richard Hoagland, but I certainly gave the website address. I think he was interested in that. I also talked to John Holloman, happened to get a hold of him at CNN. he said, "Oh, we've already checked into that, and they are going to Europa." Like that was false. I said,
Well, that's not entirely true. What the man from NASA said was that there will be other missions, and because of the intense interest in Europa, it probably will be done.
Right, but it was for way in the future.
That's right.
Holloman just said it wasn't true. Now, then you had your NASA people on there, and they said they weren't going.
Well, they said that in the present, with regard to the present decisions that have been made, with regard to the proposals that were made, Europa's proposals, quote, did not make the cut.
That's right, exactly. That's why I was confused. So that's why I sent you a fax on all this, but you get lots of faxes. I don't know if I sent a fax yesterday. I don't know if you received it. But I do have a news service telephone number for the AP News Service if you're interested in that. Also,
well, I can't give it out on the air until...
for the AP News Service telephone?
Yeah.
Because I knew you had their fax.
Not until... Yeah, but that's right. But that was confirmed. And, on the possibility that we get a number wrong, we're in big trouble. So
well, this is what the people here gave me as their telephone there. And, of course, anyway, also Dan Golden was on Nightline this past week, I think it was.
That's right.
They had a thing on Nightline. You realize about the MER subsidies?
Yes.
He was very defensive in his posture. I
think that's right. NASA is very defensive right now. Thank you. About their MER involvement. Their MER involvement. A lot of congressmen are beginning to get a little irritated with regard to our involvement with MER. Why are we involved with MER? Have you asked yourself that question? Why are we launching space shuttle missions to maintain MER? Why are we contributing oxygen equipment to keep MER going? Why do we have an American on a spacecraft that I don't think is entirely safe, despite what NASA said all week long? I don't have the answer to any of those questions. I would like to proceed with our own space station. Instead, we have joined the Ruskies for whatever reason. It really never has been explained satisfactorily. So I'll leave it at that for now. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mike. I'm calling from Lihue, Kauai, Hawaii.
Hi, Mike.
A couple weeks ago, you're talking about you had an author or someone making a book called Lucifer's Hammer.
Yes.
And I just finished reading it.
Dr. Jerry Purnell. It is a wonderful book, isn't it?
Yes, it's very good. I'm just wondering if you had, on your webpage, if you had anything with any other good book reads or anything?
I suppose I ought to construct a list like Wayne Green does of books that you absolutely have to read.
Yeah.
But presently, I do not have that, no.
Okay.
But it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get a cat page, we can have a book page.
Uh-huh. Yeah, true. That's true. One more quick question.
Yes.
Did you ever have George Lucas on?
No, but I'd love to.
Because I've read all of his books, and I mean, it's just a fascinating world that he's created with his mind and all these other authors.
Oh, I'd love to. He'd be a blast to have on, sure.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I will have anybody on if you haven't figured that out yet. Virtually from any discipline at all. Anybody who is interesting, I'll have on. Happy to. I don't, to me, there are no limits. Why would anybody want to set limits for what they would do with regard to, say, a program like this, talk radio? Why would you want to set limits? Foolish. And yet the entire industry does it. One day they'll figure it out. Like the old liners in talk radio have this vision that talk radio must be political. It must discuss things like the budget. The budget. The balanced budget. Newt Gingrich is fine. The president's latest malady. or problem with some lady who's going to sue them, whatever. It's like they have an idea that that is what talk radio must be, and they have this narrow vision of it. One of these days, they'll open their eyes, hopefully before their pocketbook evaporates. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Fred up in Tacoma.
Hi there.
Hey, I want to refer back to that woman that was on about an hour and a half ago with the transplants with the cravings and such.
Yes.
Well, I had a transplant about 2.5 years ago, and about 6 months after I had the transplant, I started craving root beer for a real long time.
What was transplanted?
Oh, my liver.
Your liver?
Yeah.
And you started wanting root beer?
Oh, yeah, really bad. It's like I'd go to a drive-in, and I'd have this really strong craving for root beer. And I had this craving for like a year and a half. Then it just tapered off, and it's very strange.
Well, do you know who the donor was?
No, I don't.
Do you want to know?
I think at this point, no.
And previous in your life, you had not ever particularly been a root beer kind of person?
This is true. I was more of a Coca-Cola type of person.
Dave up in Ukiah sent me a fax saying that he had an artificial heart valve.
Uh-huh.
And he's had a craving for WD-40 ever since. They have these...
That's a good one.
Made of titanium.
Yeah. Wonder how he gets it in.
I don't know. I guess he sprays it. Maybe he snorts it.
Oh, man, that'd be painful. Overhead too, huh?
Well, yes, it would. It certainly would. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Take care. The only way you could verify, whether the organ was causing that craving would be to research your donor and find out if that person talked to the family, had a big thing for root beer. And, I'd say there's better than not that they did. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hello, Art Bell.
Hello there. Where are you?
Arlington, Texas.
Arlington, Texas.
I was your first caller when you came into 570.
No kidding.
Yeah. Listen, I know you're almost out of time, and I wanted to let you know, along the lines of apologies.
Yes.
For the president. About 2 or 3 nights ago, I heard on one of the other local stations, I think it was the national news feed, they said that in the night, I think 1961 or 1962, the government sprayed some kind of a thing like with a crop duster. Anyway, it was a cancerous agent, and
where
over the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, also Waco and Denton.
Oh my God! Listen.
Premier Radio Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired June 1st, 1995.
Here again, it's an open line session. Anything you want to bring up is fair game. Talking a lot about Bob Dole's statement. yesterday, and whether he really meant it, whether it came from the heart or the White House reflecting eyeballs. Here's a fact on the subject. Art, Bob Dole could be committing political suicide by keeping this anti-Hollywood thing up. It's quite obvious that he has not seen Natural-Born Killers, and if he did, he'd see the message is about how we, the public, tend to glorify the OJs, the Tonya Hardings, and the Loretta Bobbitts, and how we tend to become obsessed with the real-life details of their crimes. If Bob Dole wants to be president, he needs to focus on the issues which are on the people's minds. It certainly isn't government regulation of what Hollywood puts on the screen. It's crime, the economy, and welfare reform. People who want Hollywood and television productions regulated, to me, are lazy parents. They simply want to be able to drop their kid off at a theater, and they want to drop their kid in front of the boob tube and be done with it. Why don't they try parenting? I do it. I enjoy it. Bob needs to do the right thing, stick to the real issues, and don't play to the religious right, which Pat Buchanan seems to have a happy home with. Signed, Eric from Grants Pass. That was well written, Eric, and I think right to the point. I want to now repeat that we're going to be reading the Pope's predictions to the year 2000 because of the very now close date of June 5th mentioned in them. And I will do it only once. I will do it next hour when we have the final radio stations for the evening joining us. We'll do it in the next hour. And that way I won't have people calling back and saying, oh, I missed it, or you're going to have to read it again, which I inevitably do. So get ready for that next hour. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. Jerry from Minneapolis.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi. Real quickly, Eric is right on principle, but wrong on tactics. The religious right are the balance of power. They're the swing vote.
I think that may well be true for the right. Yes,
Real quickly, first off, does your cartoonist friend in, I believe it's Phoenix, have the bubble with Cop Killer, Pulp Fiction, and Natural-Born Killers inside of it, leading over to the gunman who is probably young and a juvenile in the street and killing people? Much like you were blamed along with our talk radio.
Well, I was going to say you could do a cartoon like that and just put a little extension, a little lightning bolt, my name there again.
Well, let's have a little consistency here. The First Amendment, either it's an absolute right with responsibility implied, or it's politically correct.
No, it's a very well-made point. I mean, very well made.
Also, one more thing, Art. It was a little over a year ago, probably almost 2 years ago now, that Janet Reno was calling for specific laws and censorship against these same Hollywood types. Bob Dole is only suggesting to act responsibly. I'm not a defender of Bob Dole, but he was asking on a voluntary basis.
Oh, it's true. I know. No, all of that is true. I think the question is more whether this is something that Bob Dole really feels as an issue, something important to him, or just something he thinks he needs to say.
Oh, he is. He's a classic tactical politician. I don't have much. I'm not too impressed by him, but I'm just marveling at the delicious irony of listening to the liberals talking today about how he has no right to say this, and how can they defend what's going on in Hollywood? And yet Janet Reno, they never gnashed their teeth 2 years ago when she was speaking up asking for laws.
Well, I'll tell you. All right, thank you. I'll tell you what CBS said. They observed that this may be difficult for President Clinton because a lot of money and a lot of support, of course, come from Hollywood to the president. And if the right makes Hollywood a big issue, it may be that Mr. Clinton will have to sort of sidle away from his close Hollywood connections. CBS seemed to be nearly bemoaning that possibility. Nevertheless, I want to be fair. What Bob Dole said has value. The trouble is that I don't think he believes it. I don't think it's a real conviction of his. Doggone it anyway. I'm sorry that I have to be saying these things about Bob Dole, because actually he's a good man. Bob Dole is a good man. It's just that he's as far into the the bureaucracy of Washington as MGM is into that of the movie world. And, I just don't think he's the man to beat Bill Clinton. So I really hate being negative about Bob Dole. And but I'm going to say what I think. And I think that what he did was political opportunism, and that's it. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, Art Bell there.
Yeah, well, let me check. Art? Well, yes. Hello, this is Art Bell.
Hello, this is Wayne from Index, Washington.
Wayne, would you turn off your radio for us?
Oh, certainly.
That's good.
So are we on the air?
Well, I hope so.
You hope so? I didn't hear it. Didn't sound like it on my radio.
Uh-huh.
But, see, I had a gentleman called about the Scallion phone number.
Yes.
And he also has another number. It's his hotline. He updates it every Wednesday at 12. And
yeah, I'd rather not give that one out. I think it's a 900 number, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah. No, let's not give that one out. We'll let him give that out.
Okay. And I was going to ask you about, these big satellite dishes up on top of the hills, you see?
Yes.
And are they capable of aiming and directing laser beams? Like, laser warfare? I had this weird dream a while back, and just wondering about that.
Well, generally, satellite dishes are exactly that, satellite dishes. Now, I'm not familiar exactly with what a laser would look like, but I think it would not look like a satellite dish. So it would obviously have to have some reflective properties. So I really can't answer your questions. It's for talking to Martians or something. I don't know.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right. I have no idea, sir. Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Is this Art?
Yes.
Yes. This is Two Birds from Gates, Oregon.
Gates, Oregon.
Right.
Your name is Two Birds?
Right.
Okay.
I'm an Indian.
Oh, I guess that would be a Native American name. Okay. Okay, Two Birds. Welcome.
Yeah. I have some information. There's been a lot of talk about conspiracy theories lately.
Americans love them.
Yes. Well, I happen to have some information about a conspiracy fact about the.
That can't be. I mean, if it is a fact, then it is not a conspiracy. It's fact.
Oh well,
I mean, a conspiracy by its very nature is a theory, right? Well, wait a minute. I guess you could be convicted of conspiracy.
Sure.
Okay, I see. All right. Okay, Two Birds. Let's get to it. What is it?
Okay. I don't know if you're familiar about the true 13th Amendment to the Constitution.
You mean an amendment that's not there now?
Right. There was an amendment that was ratified on December 10th, 1812, and through a conspiracy of the Fat Cats and their agents working to undermine the Constitution, they arranged to have it disappear over a period of 70 years.
Wow.
And
you mean like one word or sentence at a time? It just sort of.
No, they got control of the publishing industry, and through bribery and so forth, You
mean like disappearing ink?
Well, no, it was like on a state-by-state basis.
Uh-huh.
It disappeared from the law books in one state, and then another, and then another. And by the time the last incidents that we've been able to discover was 1876.
And what was this 13th Amendment that has disappeared?
Okay, brief. I can read the text of it.
No. Just give us the idea.
Well, it's just one. Basically, it's one long sentence.
Which says roughly what?
Okay, it says, if any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall, without the consent of Congress, accept, and retain any present pension, office, or emolument of any kind whatever from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit under them or either of them.
Well, you know, that worries me. You know why?
Why?
Because somebody sent me a large sword and dubbed and had inscribed on, you know, like I'm talking the big sword. I'm talking a big regular sword. It says Sir Arthur Bell on it. Now,
you're in trouble.
Well, it sounds that way. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. Guess I'm in trouble, huh? What am I going to do with the sword? Jeez, I've lost it all. But then again, that amendment's lost, so what the hey. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, hi, Art.
Hi.
Let me turn my radio off here.
Turn your radio off and get closer to the phone or something. It's hard to hear you.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Diamond Springs, California.
Okay.
And I'm Bill.
Okay, Bill.
I guess you didn't get a chance to watch Ted Koppel tonight.
No, I was on the air.
Had Pat Buchanan and Norman Leader on.
I see.
And it was an interesting exchange.
Well, now, you see, Pat Buchanan, I would imagine, would be able to do a better job on Hollywood than Bob Dole did yesterday. So I bet it
Well,
was.
he spent most of his time defending Bob Dole. He didn't make any judgments as to whether Dole, believes in his heart of hearts that what he said. He just marveled at the depth and breadth of what he laid out, because this is kind of a watershed thing, because no one's gotten really specific until Dole did what he did.
Well, he did.
Time Warner, I mean, obviously, in fact, they had the CEO or, the head monkey about to
Time Warner,
and all he could do was label the thing some kind of ad hominem attack, which is not the case at all. It was a very detailed attack.
It was.
And I tend to agree with it, and I don't care whether Bob Dole
means it or not.
He's playing politics with this. What he says is true. What he says reflects my feelings. And if I got out in front of my house and yelled it at the top of my lungs, no one would hear it. But Bob Dole just happens to be a candidate for the presidency of the United States, might even become it. And so the press makes note of what he says. So I'm glad he said it.
Well, okay, sir. I am not going to take issue with what Bob Dole said, because basically, with the exception of Natural Born Killers, which I'll bet he hasn't seen, I agree. And the values of Hollywood are very troublesome. However, there is this thing about the First Amendment. I delineate between adults and children. I mean, most of you adults, I said this last hour. I've seen Natural Born Killers. It had production value. There was lots of killing in it, but it was not gratuitous without a redeeming value or a dramatic value or story value. All of that was there. So I wouldn't have picked that movie. There's plenty of other ones out there with true gratuitous violence and no production value that I could discern at all. But more important, I think, is whether or not I believe that Bob Dole means what he said, or whether he's saying it just because he wants to be president. That's what I think. It was just a political statement. I like people who mean what they say and say what they mean. I am suspicious of people who do things for political convenience and gain. And I know that that's what politicians do. And that's what Bob Dole did. And so I guess I'm just observing. Well, Norman Lear said the following, quote, Hollywood, in its presentation of violence and sex, has no more to answer for than the Congress of the United States. The name of the game in the entertainment business is short-term profit. This is exactly what Congress is all about. How you can get elected in the short term and every other value be damned, end quote. Now, that probably is also a fair statement, isn't it? Regarding politics. How you can get elected in the short term and every other value be damned. And I thought that was a reasonable response to Mr. Dole's blast in Hollywood. Dole's not wrong. I just don't believe that he means it. He has had a very long and somewhat distinguished career with some blemishes. But he's never harped on Hollywood before. And when you hear him now harping on Hollywood, you can, you look in Miss Dole's eyes, you see little shimmering White Houses. And when he attacks something like Hollywood, the White Houses sort of, they get a little brighter. They pulse. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. KWHN, Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Yes, sir.
I know you're not going to agree with this, but I think if Bob Dole, if he gets the nomination, I believe he'll do more harm for the Republican Party than Clinton being in office for another 4 years.
Well, you're right. I don't agree with that.
I look at it this way. Bob Dole does not represent the up-and-coming Republicans in the Republican Party.
Well, I do agree with that.
I mean, he has, if you look back at everything he has done, he has basically flip-flopped almost as much as Clinton. He has made...
yeah, there's no question about it. Bob Dole's a compromiser. Bob Dole's been all his adult life a compromiser. It's what he does. I mean, that's what a minority leader and then a majority leader, that's what they do. It's compromise. It's not good.
One vote.
It's not good training for strong leadership, in my opinion. He touts it as such, but a life of compromise is not a good OJT for a president who's got to make decisions.
If he can't make decisions now, what good will he do if he is elected, which I don't think he will be, by the way. But if he is elected, he'll hurt the Republican Party. It would be better for Clinton to be in there and let him do his political pandering like he's doing right now than for Dole to get in there and turn away some of the young Republicans that are coming up.
Well, frankly, thank you. I don't really like either possibility, and I'm hoping for something else. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Eric in Bellingham.
Hello, Eric.
How's it going?
Fine.
I was watching a thing with Newt Gingrich. I believe he was on, I don't think it was Nightline. It was on one of the major networks. So it was while you were out of town.
Yes.
While you were on vacation.
Right.
And he was asked straight out if he planned on running for president. And he had said no, that he plans on staying as speaker and focusing on his accomplishments as speaker.
I know.
Oh, okay. Well,
I know he said that.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't too sure if people were clear on that, but man, I tell you, that would be a good race. I had a opportunity to watch him speak on C-SPAN. He was speaking in front of a bunch of realtors, which anybody else would have been a boring type thing to watch. But man, I was just captured.
The guy is an intellect. There's absolutely no denying it. Love the guy or hate his guts, you've got to admit he's an intellect.
He's brilliant. And when this thing was over with, I couldn't believe that I wanted to hear more. And he's talking about, the economy and raising or lowering interest rates for, houses and whatnot. But he was able to go on about some of the other political aspects. I thought it was quite fascinating, actually.
Well, I'm sure it was, and he certainly is, sir, and I hope, I've got my fingers crossed. He has said no Sherman-esque-like statements, and that always leaves the door open. In the last couple of days, he's made some statements indicating he might be beginning to think about it again, and, well, he should. Let me see if I can get this now. Dear Art, shame on you for implying all, or even most women, would react nicely to a fur coat. The man gave me anything with fur on it, I'd feel like retching all night long. Oh no, it's worse. She said, it's not retching. I would feel like reacting all night, like Lorena Bobbitt. Oh, that's terrible. Then she says, welcome back. Signs it, Liberal Sue in Illinois. P.S. You're right about Bob Dole. Well, just let me remember that, Sue. You know, I think most women, I stick with that. Most women, I think, would very much enjoy a fur coat, Sue. But certainly after what you've said, far be it from me to give you anything with even a little hair on it. I mean, I'd brush it all off, whatever it is I ever gave you, Sue. That's a liberal named Sue. I'm waiting for her to call in.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be here. I'm Art Bell, and we're raging through the nighttime with 5 hours of unscreened, unpredictable, spontaneous talk radio. West of the Rockies, you're next. Good morning. You're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
How are you, Stephen?
I'm fine.
Well, I just had a couple of questions for you. Well, actually, one thing. The guy who's calling about the satellite delay,
Yes.
basically that would be a result of the signal having to travel farther, wouldn't it? 23,000 miles up and back. I mean, that's a lot further than any landline would have to go.
Well, it is, but they also get those delays with landline as well. And a lot of times it'll produce a very annoying echo, and they've got a lot of equipment to combat that. So I'm really not sure. I know that sometimes we get great connections from Alaska. Sometimes we get very poor connections with a great deal of delay. Where are you?
Actually, I'm in Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara. Well, see, there's no delay at all.
No problem. Hey, last night I heard a woman call, and she said she found recently a brother in North Carolina that was given up to adoption, et cetera, et cetera. And she asked what frequency he could hear on. And then she had another question, and you said you'd come back at the top of the hour or after the news and answer it. I'm not sure I ever heard that. And I forgot what her question was. But
I remembered. It was, were the psychic hairs on the back of my neck standing?
That's right, earthquakes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, basically what I was calling about was that I consider myself pretty much a typical Republican, a mix of your moderate to conservative and maybe some surprisingly, I don't know, you could probe me and find maybe some liberal type leanings, but basically a middle of the road Republican. And I agree with you that Bob Dole, I don't think he would end up being a viable candidate because I don't think we should fool ourselves. The real trick here.
Well, so what's going on? Here I am with that view, and you with that view. You've just described yourself about the way I describe myself, and yet all the polls show Bob Dole, I mean, is so far out in front, it's not even funny. So we are not typical.
Well, if I can use the sports analogy, baseball. You start off kind of on one angle, and you end up going to the right, and you come all the way around. You end up coming to home. It ends up being the middle. Now, basketball and football, they end up switching sides at the half, so you can't really use that. So let's say the Republicans end up going to, lead off, and they end up towards first base. So I guess that means Democrats run the bases backwards, as far as I'm concerned. But what I'm saying is that everything's geared towards the people that vote.
I hate baseball. You shouldn't use baseball analogies.
Well, it's the only thing that seems to be fitting for me. But I'm disenchanted with it myself. But let me just get back to what I'm trying to say is that not very many people vote, frankly. And it seems to me a bit of a game in that there's the posturing. You start off on one degree, and you come around towards the middle. Even some astute politicians such as Truman and Nixon recognize the fact that you start off leaning, say Nixon would be towards the right a bit, and then he ended up coming towards the middle to win it.
Yeah.
Now I just see where Dole is positioning himself too early, way too far right, to where that leaves a lot of room for Clinton to slide over in the middle and easily win this thing.
You know, that's a very good point. Thank you. What you have to do generally is, as you're headed toward the convention and the nomination, you do have to go either very far right or very far left, because those are generally the delegates and the people who attend the conventions. They're very much at the extreme. And then after that, when you get into the real campaign, you got to pull yourself back to the center. So that is right. It's just that somehow, what Bob Dole did yesterday seemed, God, I hate doing this, insincere. Now, that's a very rough word, and it may well be that Bob Dole does feel somewhat this way, but it seemed like a purely political blast with one particular intent. That was to attract the religious right as much as possible from Pat Buchanan, who, by the way, I think is the genuine article. I don't even like saying that. I mean, Bob Dole is a genuine article in the sense that he is a good man with a lot of distinguished service to the United States and a great war record and a hell of an individual and a very brave person, and he's all of that. I just don't think that he's the right man to run against Bill Clinton. And to me, that's important, because as I sit here contemplating the possibility of another 4 years of Bill Clinton, the psychic hairs and the political hairs and even the hair hairs all stand up on the back of my neck. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
Yes, Art. I wanted to ask a couple questions, and I'll take my answer off the air.
Okay.
I'm calling from San Francisco. My name is Cindy. I'm listening on KSFO.
Oh, the big one up there. Yes, Cindy.
Yeah, I wanted to know, when's the next time you're going to have Mr. Scallion on? And in your opinion, do you think that the scenario, the latest one he predicted, has begun since the earthquake in Russia happened?
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Next time I'm going to have Mr. Scallion on. Well, I don't know. We did a gigantic show with him, as you know, not long ago, 4 hours. 4 hours. It's the longest interview ever given to anybody by Gordon Scallion. So we'll wait a little while. I mean, Gordon will come back on if I ask him to. And now, that may be influenced by what happens with this cycle. Now, the earthquake in Russia, about 30 miles from the Japanese coast, may well be, and according to Gordon Scallion, may well be the beginning of a cycle of the larger quakes. If it is, and if I see this cycle progress as we all fear that it might, then let me put it to you this way. Before the cycle gets past South America, I will have Gordon Michael Scallion back on. Depend on it. So I'm watching the present cycle very carefully, and we will see. How's that for an answer? Best I can do. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Craig in Memphis, listening on WMC.
Hi, Craig.
Hey, I heard that Bob Dole mentioned the movie True Romance.
He did. I've not yet seen it.
I've seen it, and it was great. It really didn't have that much sex in it, but it was very violent, like all of Tarantino's movies. But
Well,
I tell you what I think would be interesting and probably won't happen. Bridges of Madison County is going to be a smash.
That's what they say.
Well, and what does it deal with? It deals with a woman having an affair.
Well, see, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I don't know much about it.
Well, that's just what I've heard, but I haven't read it myself. But it as far as morality and all, you won't hear anybody attacking that, I don't think. And it's, very popular.
Well, I think the ones he picked were easy targets. I think that, I'm sorry, but I think that it was just a sort of a political thing for Bob Dole to do. And because I think that, it makes me less interested in Bob Dole. I mean, there's a lot of really important issues right now that Bob Dole could have used his present forum to pound on. I mean, really important stuff. Bosnia comes to mind. Leadership in a situation like Bosnia comes to mind. There are just all kinds of things. The welfare state, the fact that Clinton really hasn't done anything, health care, all kinds of issues Bob Dole could have used the forum to pound on, but he took an easy shot and he did it for an apparent, to me it was very transparent.
There's one other thing I wanted to mention. Back when Perot was running for president, I pretty much liked a lot of what he was saying, and I was glad to hear someone, first start talking about deficit spending,
right?
Which, it was a brand new topic. But the thing that got me disenchanted with him was there was some kind of neighborhood that had a real bad drug problem somewhere in Texas, and he said, just give me a couple of weeks and I'll solve it. And saying how he would, just block it off and go door to door. And
I remember that.
And that is when I was like, no way. I mean, everything else about him, even though he was kind of quirky and crazy, I liked it. But then the thought of someone just, a police state in this one little place, but things like that can just keep happening. And that's when he lost me.
I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that statement, as a matter of fact. I liked Ross Perot for the most part. Ross Perot is kind of crazy. Ross Perot is a bomb thrower. Ross Perot is a man who will say exactly what's on his mind. Ross Perot is somebody who would have shaken up Washington in a way it's never been shaken up before, and it would have done a lot more good for Washington than Bill Clinton's done in the years he's been there. I voted for Ross Perot. I agonized about that. I mean, I got so angry at Ross Perot when he dropped out, I could almost not go on the air. I was red-faced. And then the campaign went on and on and on. I'm looking at George Bush, and I'm looking at Bill Clinton, and I'm going, oh, I just can't do it. Got to sleep at night, and so I went for Ross Perot. And I can see a scenario building this time when I would go for a third-party candidate. Maybe. It depends on who the Republican nominee is. If it's Bob Dole, I may have a problem. Yeah, we'll see. I tell you, Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton, now there you'd have an election. There you'd have something worth the price of admission. There you'd have something that would be a rip 'em, tear 'em election of the century. If the O.J. Simpson trial is the trial of the century, this would be the election of the century. No doubt about it. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. Let me turn my radio off here real quick.
Thank you.
I really enjoy your show. It gives me a lot to think about during the daytime. And something I was thinking about, have you seen the movie The Lion King?
No, but
okay.
I would like to.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a good family movie. Disney always had a little dark side in their pictures. Anyway, my 8-year-old boy, he was noticing that when the bad lion, his name is Scar, took over the kingdom.
Yeah.
The kingdom, it went to crap. It just, everything died. There was no water. And he told me that he thought it was similar to the way Bill Clinton was running America.
Like the bad Lion King, huh?
Right, yeah. And he was real attentive about that. And he also said that Bill Clinton's like yesterday's newspaper. What he says today doesn't matter tomorrow.
Well, that's true. Thank you very much for the call. I agree with that. Look at his statements of the last few days. It's kind of like, well, we're not going to put ground troops in Bosnia. Then, well, maybe under these conditions, we will put ground troops in Bosnia. And then the next day, no, we're not going to put ground troops in Bosnia. We'd spill a lot of blood. Now it's all in the space of, count them, 1, 2, 3 days. I have given up. I really, really have given up listening to Bill Clinton. I just simply don't believe anything he's got to say anymore. It's all contingent on what the reaction is, apparently. He just does not make decisions that he sticks with or that he really... See, I guess what I want, and it's the same complaint I have with Bob Dole, I want somebody who really believes what he's saying. I think that's what attracted me to Perot. Wild a man as he was, the guy believed what he was saying. A lot of what he said was very good, too. He had the strength of his convictions. That's what I liked about Ronald Reagan, the strength of his convictions. Who have we seen lately like that? I even have complaints about Gingrich, but he's pretty good. I have complaints about, I'll tell you, another man with the strength of his convictions is Pat Buchanan. There's no question about it. I like Buchanan. I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. But if he begins to catch fire, and I would do whatever I could do to help, I'd be in there plugging away for Pat Buchanan. In the meantime, I'll say it again, Gingrich, Clinton, there you've got a real election. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
I just hung up.
I beg your pardon?
Art. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was playing with the phone, and I thought you were part of it. Hey, and when you visit over into China, do they have all the controversies like they do here with their government? Or because they're communists, they're just quiet about it?
Well, their attitude about dissent is a little different than ours.
Yeah.
They shoot people.
Well, that's not fair.
Don't laugh. I
believe that.
I mean, a few cracks about the leadership there, and you can be body parts.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just curious over that, because we here in America having our freedom of free speech and all, with all the controversy over this new coming elections of the presidents and all that, I was just curious to hear what you'd recently found out over there.
Well, that's it, sir. Yes, thank you. Before you can say 7.62, your liver's in somebody else. On the wild card line, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art, how you doing?
Doing fine, sir.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I wanted to tell you how much I appreciated, I think it was the just plain gentleman you had from the middle of nowhere in Oregon.
Oh, he calls himself radio's regular guy.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, he had a guy talking on there a while back about the Philadelphia experiment.
No, that was me.
Well, yeah, that's right. That was you. That's right. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Excuse me. I find those very, very fascinating. Just real quick, I've been hearing a lot about Bosnia tonight on CBS News, or I think it was NBC News. They were talking about how the president was changing his mind again, and that there might not be any ground troops committed. However, there are some 2,000 troops in Germany now preparing, and so on and so forth.
Live fire exercises. Yeah, they're getting ready to go in. Sure.
Well, my son is in one of those units in Germany. He told me last October that he was going to be going to Macedonia. He called me in April and said May 16th was the day they were going to Macedonia. I said, where are you going to be? He says, we're going to be about 100 yards from the Bosnian border on an outpost overlooking this whole thing.
Yep.
And I said, you mean to tell me you're going to be out there where the bullets are flying? He says, well, when his advanced troops went in to set up the outpost, the Bosnians went into a heightened state of alert because they thought the United States was going to invade.
Yeah, your son is what's known as a tripwire.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they say there's only 500 of them, but actually they sent the whole battalion. There's about 1,500 of them down there.
Well, maybe. It's a tripwire. In other words, if they come across the border, that's it. Then we are involved. Then we are at war. And frankly, if they begin to cross borders, then I think there will be very little choice anyway.
Yeah. Well, the thing I told him was, I said, well, make sure you shoot back. He said, well, the UN commander is a Swede, from what I understand, and hates Americans. And he wasn't going to give them that authority until after he saw them go out and practice for a couple of weeks and decided that they could have the authority on a limited basis to defend themselves if and when necessary. And I thought, well, son, I'm not real happy that that's what's going on. But if that's the case, make sure you, when you shoot, make sure you shoot to kill to defend yourself, because they're not going to stop. So anyway, I don't know how many American people know that, but I tried to get to.
Well, I'm glad you said it, and I would just, the advice I would give my son is to hell with Mr. Swede. If somebody shoots at you, shoot back and shoot to kill.
That's it. Well, I told him, I said, they're going to probably be wearing body armor, shoot to the head, and run like hell. But anyway, I tried
sort of a modified Gordon Liddy thing.
Well, I told him, I said, look, I've tried to let CBS know. I tried to tell NBC. Nobody's interested. That we've already got troops just right on the verge of going in. And I thought, well, I wish somebody would say it, but nobody has. So, but
all
anyway,
right, well,
thank you for the opportunity. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. They're really not on the verge of going in. The troops in Macedonia are there as a tripwire. And what that means is that if the Serbs come rush across the border, anybody comes rushing across the border, and Macedonia begins to be involved, then we're saying that's our line in the sand. We will then truly be involved. And by the way, I would back that idea. We just cannot let the Serbs run wild and begin to do a Hitler on Europe. So, you know, that part of what we're doing, I think, is appropriate. We don't want another Germany, do we? But we don't have one yet, and that's not what's going on. And so I'm not ready for the big fight. But apparently a lot of people back in Washington.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995.
This is kind of a Bob Dole goes Hollywood night. That's unfair. Bob Dole hits Hollywood night is more like it. Campaign 96 underway is more like it. CBS called it Sex, Drugs, Rock and Dole. Rock and Dole. He attacked Hollywood, their movies, their producers, their values, the record industry as well. He sees it as graphic and gratuitous violence. He said the entertainment industry is debasing the culture, that's us, with indecent movies and deviant music. He said, quote, a line has been crossed, not just of taste, but of human dignity and decency when Hollywood's dream factories turn out nightmares of depravity, end quote. He cited Natural Born Killers for its violence, True Romance for its sexually explicit scenes, and blasted Time Warner, Two Live Crew, that kind of thing. To Time Warner, he said, quote, I would ask the executives of Time Warner a question. Must you debase our nation and threaten our children for the sake of corporate profits, end quote. So the only question I have for you, you know, Bob Dole, incidentally, news this hour was that Time Warner was a contributor to Bob Dole's campaign. My question is whether you think Bob Dole is sincere or whether the little white houses that can be seen in the pupil of his eyes whenever he gets a good close-up of the camera are pulsating. In other words, has he just taken a political shot? And I'm sorry, but that's what I believe. And I'll say it again and again, Bob Dole is a good, honorable person. He's a good man. He's a politician. And he's, you know, in his career, he's not been known to take shots at Hollywood before. And so I think this is just, you know, it's the campaign. And I think it's an attempt to co-opt some of the religious right vote that otherwise, no doubt, would go for Pat Buchanan, who, frankly, though I don't think he has a great chance at the office, is the genuine article. I mean, if the religious right really wants to cast a vote for somebody who really means what he says, I know that sounds harsh, then I think Pat Buchanan would be your guy, not Bob Dole. I see what Bob Dole's trying to do, and I'm not buying it, I guess. Norman Lear said the following, quote, Hollywood, in its presentation of violence and sex, has no more to answer for than the Congress of the United States. The name of the game in the entertainment business is short-term profit. This is exactly what Congress is all about. How you can get elected in the short term and every other value be damned, end quote. So that's probably true too, isn't it? So I'm kind of not buying what Bob Dole is saying. I'm also not buying what the president is saying, by the way. 3 days ago, it was no Americans on the ground in Bosnia. Then a couple of days ago, it was, well, Americans might go indeed to the ground in Bosnia. We've got to go in and rescue the UN or help them, worse yet, to reassemble in more defensible positions to do God knows what, which was really ridiculous. Then last night he was in Montana saying, well, no Americans, there'd be a lot of blood spilled. So I have no idea what it is that Mr. Clinton is saying. Quite clearly said yesterday was that the UN prisoners of war, and that's what they're calling them now, and the Serbs are calling them, that if we go in and try to rescue them or do anything else, there's going to be a blood bath. And I would imagine the Serbs mean exactly what they are saying. I would think this is a good time for diplomacy, and the diplomacy ought to be to go to both the Bosnians and the Serbs and say, we're ready to get out. Now, what do you guys think? We can do this the easy way or the hard way, and we'd rather do it the easy way. You open a path for the UN people to get out safely, and we'll get out of your hair, and you can fight all you want. Now, there's a piece of diplomacy that I like. Involves not sending U.S. GIs over there. It's just going to both sides and saying, you know, let's have a timeout. You want to have a war? Cool. We want to get the UN guys out. We don't want to shed a lot of blood doing it. Let them out. They'll be out of your hair. Get both sides to agree to that and leave. Anybody think that might be a good idea? When I was in the Tokyo airport, I came upon a lady beaming, very happy. She'd been in Ho Chi Minh City or Saigon, whichever you prefer. And she had a little baby with her in a stroller, a little Vietnamese baby. And she had just adopted this baby, spent two months there adopting the child. And in the airport, you know, she was a proud new mom, and I was happy for her. But I thought, gee, why did she go all the way to Ho Chi Minh City and adopt a Vietnamese child when there's so many American children that could, you know, need adopting? And then I saw a report on CBS and the CBS special last night that told me exactly why. American courts, I'm sick of these stories. Baby Richard, baby Johnny, baby Mary, baby this, baby that. Parents adopt children. Years later, the natural parents come back and go to court and take the child back. And the courts are giving the children back. That's horrendous. Horrendous. And it's no wonder. Now I understand why the lady was over in Ho Chi Minh City, and I don't blame her a bit. So I thought that would be a good subject. Mostly the comment, I must tell you, has been kind of divided. I would say the lion's share of it, Bob Dole and his blast at Hollywood, and then the rest of it, Bosnia, and scattered other topics. So that's where the morning has been so far. I have promised something, and I'm now going to deliver. Well, as a matter of fact, let me get a couple of things out of the way here, and then I will deliver. I said that I would read the Pope's predictions to the year 2000, and in just a moment, I am going to do exactly that. Okay, here we go. I have not been able to confirm whether the following is true or false. What I have in front of me is an article from a publication called Insight. The name of the article is A Pope's Predictions to the Year 2000. I warn you, some of this may be disconcerting to many of you. I also want to preface it with what they have prefaced the article with, entitled Editor's Note. The following is from the diary of Pope John the 23rd, who reigned from 1958 to 1963. This copy that appears in total was distributed by certain groups in several Catholic churches in Metro Manila. The world will suffer through a painful period of violent wars, deadly famine, and destructive natural disasters over the next 8 years. But that nightmare will be followed by a lengthy stretch of love and harmony, a beautiful, serene heaven on earth. Those startling predictions come from the sensational lost diary of Pope John XXIII, the beloved pontiff, who died June 23, 1963. The dusty, leather-bound diary contained handwritten predictions and was found by a Vatican cleaning woman who was sorting through boxes stacked in a little-used storage room. The entries clearly spell out the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the Vietnam War, the unrest in the Middle East, the fall of communism years before they took place. Later entries call for even more troubled times. Pope John had periodic visits from both Jesus and the Virgin Mary, says a reverend who's pored over the wondrous tales. These sessions in the Pope's chambers resulted in fantastic glimpses into the future of mankind. The Pope was saddened to learn that conditions will get much worse before they take a sudden, sensational turn in the year 2000 that will return the world to the pristine beauty that was here for Adam and Eve. Pope John writes of heavenly visitors arriving by June of 95 in flaming chariots of steel. These special visitors will arrive at the height of despair and help man heal his wounds and work together to right all the horrible wrongs. Father D'Angelo, now 73 years old, has agreed to release some of the diary entries made between February of 1959 and April of 1963. The scrawled messages reveal a frightened and excited pontiff who decided to keep his meetings with Christ and the Madonna a secret. The first appearance of Christ took place February 12, 1959. Pope John notes, quote, "Dear God, I have been blessed like no man before me. The Savior has granted me a special audience here in my chambers. He tells me that I've been chosen to hear the truth no matter how awful it may be. It scares me a bit to be so entrusted, but I am honored all the same. Jesus tells me the Virgin Mary will come soon to deliver the first news of what will be. Now, the diary entries." Here we go. April 7th, 1959. She is more beautiful than I had ever imagined. The Madonna is a joy to behold. I just wish her message was a more positive one. She says in 4 years' time, the world will lose a great leader and a powerful nation will find itself involved in a conflict it cannot win. The fighting will take its toll on the battlefield and from within as the population despises the loss of its young men. The Holy Mother sheds tears as she describes the heartbreaking vision. August 17th, 1959. The Madonna's second visit is much like the first. She speaks sadly of unrest in our homeland, a change in the balance of power, and much blood being spilled in the sand. She says several madmen will send their people into battles in the name of God, but the Creator has nothing to do with these senseless struggles among brothers. January 30th, 1960. Christ comes to me again. I yearn to tell my fellow Christians of these miraculous appearances, but I am advised to keep quiet until the time is right. I cannot help but think that I could perhaps head off some of the terrible trouble that looms for all of us, but Christ tells me that misery must take place for the master plan to succeed. June 13th, 1960. The Virgin Mary says the world will get a false sense of hope 30 years from now when the chains of repression are shattered throughout Eastern Europe. The joy, however, will be short-lived as the freed people fight among themselves on how to run their countries. Thousands of poor, innocent children will perish due to the foolishness of their fathers. March 6th, 1961. Just when I thought my heavenly visits were over, the Madonna comes to me again. She seems tired of the headache that she must share with me. Replace headache, not headache, heartache she must share with me. My heart aches to see her hurting so. The news again foreboding. The early 1900s will be a period of deadly national disasters. She says paradise will be struck by powerful winds and waves, while killer floods and earthquakes will shatter man's dwellings. By the middle of the decade, regional skirmishes will develop into full-fledged conflicts. As the casualties mount worldwide, famine will strike. The devastation will be like none seen before, especially throughout Africa, where millions will perish. September 23rd, 1961. She has returned with yet more bad news. It is becoming truly difficult for this humble servant to hear of such overwhelming hardships. The Madonna tells me terrifying diseases will be unleashed on the already weakened population of the world by late 1984. Wars will begin to wind down because the fighting nations will be greatly weakened from within. This is the beginning of the change. Hallelujah. May 19th, 1962. Now brace yourself, because some of this is going to begin to get to be very close. From the heavens will appear the saviors. They will arrive June 5th, 1995, and begin the task of assisting in the cleanup and repair of the environment in the crippled countries. Many will fear these odd-looking beings, but they come in peace and will, with God's guidance, transform Earth from a charred spinning rock to a lush oasis in space. The survivors will flourish in a world without war, disease, or hatred. My heart is finally at peace with this knowledge that there is hope for humanity. June 2nd, 1962. The Madonna tells me this will be her final visit. It is a joyous one, for she shares tremendous news. As the year 1998 arrives, our heavenly friends will have shared much of their advanced knowledge. Mankind will at last wipe out most of its diseases, and our lifespan will increase to the length of those listed in the Bible. The visitors will also share the remarkable power of resurrection, and throngs of wrongly dead will rise again. Finally, a wondrous miracle will take place in the sky above New York City, December 25th, 2000, the year 2000, when millions will witness the sensational appearance of a Messiah who will announce the beginning of a second paradise here on earth. Pope John the 23rd died a year later, before he ever had a chance to release his predictions. Experts say the diary is 100% authentic, and they urge people to prepare themselves for even leaner times before the beginning of next century. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Pope's predictions to the year 2000. I thought it timely, aside from all the many requests I had to please read them again, with the prediction with regard to June 5th, 1995. It's obviously a timely moment to reread them. They're unnerving, or they're joyful, or they're many things. They may or may not be true. It is odd that they would come from Manila in the Philippines and be represented to be from the Vatican. I cannot represent to you whether they are real or not real. It's like anything else. I was sent these. They were published in the publication called Insight. And so for whatever it's worth, there they are. The Pope's predictions to the year 2000. Hope you all got to hear them. Incidentally, these are in a text form, and you can get a copy of these by calling our bulletin board service.
Premier Radio Networks presents Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired June 1st, 1995.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and let me finish up by again saying the Pope's predictions to the year 2000, along with about over 30 or 35 photographs, are in our bulletin board. And I would like to urge any of you who would like to get any of those photographs to do it this morning, because I have now received the balance of the photographs from the trip to the Orient, which for me included Hong Kong, Canton, China, up into communist China, Bangkok in Thailand, and Tokyo in Japan. And I took photographs everywhere. And of course, I took your standard basic temple photographs and river photographs and all the beautiful stuff you normally. But to me, and I might add, with my wife's blessing, there are some very beautiful women in all of those locations, even up in communist China. And so I sought out several beautiful women from each country, and I took their photograph, and I've got some of those photographs. I think they are as much of a, you see, I love women, and they're as much a part of anybody's culture as temples and all the rest of it. Women are serious animals. And so I've got some real beauts. Oh. And I do have some beautiful photographs of, all kinds of things that had to do with the trip. And I think I'm going to be posting those probably, no guarantee, but probably tomorrow. So if you're going to get into the bulletin board, you ought to do it now, because once I post those, it's going to go nuts and nobody's going to be able to get in. We've got a lot of other things we're going to do too, by the way. We're going to put Bob Crane's, I'm going to put Bob Crane's lineup, photographs of his lineup in that bulletin board. I'm going to put pictures of Dexter Yard's flowers in there. In fact, I may do that tomorrow. We're just going to put all kinds of things, and there'll be a chronology of the whole China trip in there photographically. Now, for those of you that don't have computers, we're going to be publishing a lot of good color photographs of the same stuff in our newsletter. So if you don't have the newsletter, here's how you get that. It's just $29.95 a year, and frankly, you ought to get the newsletter even if you do have a computer, because there's a lot in the newsletter that never does appear on the bulletin board. From Bryn Marie and San Fran, personally, I'm afraid I cannot take Robert Dole's rant against the entertainment industry too seriously until he mentions Arnold Schwarzenegger by name. I mean, if there's anybody in the entertainment biz who's guilty of making movies that are chock full of gratuitous violence, it's Arnold. But tell me, how likely will that be? Arnold is a Republican. As soon as Dole is sincere enough to wag his finger at everybody who promulgates violence in the industry, and not just rap stars, then I'll give him some serious consideration. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. All right, now, do you know why you're stumbling and you don't know what to say? It's because you have your radio on. Do the wild thing. It's 702-727-1295. No. We're not allowed to use last names on the air.
Oh, okay.
So I had to just eliminate your last name. Your name is Poindexter.
Yeah.
That's an interesting name.
Yeah.
What do they call you for short?
Nothing. That's it.
Poindexter.
Yeah.
Okay, Poindexter. Let her rip.
All right. I just want to say that Patty Duke used to beat up Sylvia Flagelmeyer 25 times with the apricot that she mashed on that scooter. That just, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't have the slightest idea, Poindexter, but I appreciate the attempt. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, Art, this is Pavo. Long time no see, Kyle. Nah, I'm just kidding, Art.
I can tell it's not Pavo's. I'd know Pavo's voice instantly.
Okay. Hey, I guess Clinton's really serious about gearing up for the 96 election. He's making more cuts at the White House. And he got rid of the convertible at the White House. He never did like the draft.
He got rid of who?
The convertible at the White House. You know, the
convertible.
Yeah. And because he never did like a draft.
Oh. Sorry, I guess I should laugh there, but somehow it didn't hit the point.
Anyway, did you hear at the OJ trial when I think it was Cochran was talking to Simpson?
Is this another joke?
You can't stand them, huh?
Well, I mean, no offense, but if they're good.
Well, okay. Anyway, Cochran told them there's good news and bad news. The bad news, they found OJ's blood everywhere, you know, at the murder scene, in his car, in his home.
Mm.
And OJ said, well, what's the good news? And he says, well, your cholesterol's down.
Okay. Keep your day job. You know, there is actually some the one really serious piece of news come out the last couple of days, I thought was, and the prosecution's going to have to figure out a way to deal with this. But of all the blood samples taken, the blood sample on the fence, you remember the one that was taken late out on the fence? And the blood sample taken from the sock. You remember the sock, right? These are the ones that the defense contends were setups, you know, planted. The DNA people, the blood people, were forced to admit that there was much, much more DNA in those two samples, human DNA, than there were in any of the other samples taken, not only those in the dirt, but those in the concrete, and so forth and so on. Much more human DNA, indicating that they might have been fresher. Now, this really does give the defense an opening to say, aha, you see, it was planted. And I wonder how the prosecution is going to deal with this. Now, there was some testimony attempting to say, well, dirt, you know, the common variety dirt, when it interacts with human blood, tends to dilute or do something strange to the DNA. But and now bear in mind that a lot of that blood was taken from locations other than those with dirt. So why would there be more DNA in those samples that have been, for the one, for example, out on the fence that supposedly had been there and out in the weather for a long time? I thought that was a very interesting a bit of testimony. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
I'm just Josh in Portland. I'm 14.
Hi, Josh.
And it's my first call.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, my first listener on KEX.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to know what station I could get from Quitman, Mississippi, because I'm out visiting my dad for the summer. Right now.
Where are you going in Mississippi?
I live in Mississippi, in Quitman right now, but I'm visiting my dad in Portland right now.
Well, let's see, Mississippi. We're not a lot of areas in Mississippi. We are in Greenville, Mississippi. Is that anywhere close?
That's pretty close.
Oh, yeah? Okay, then try WGVM 1260 on the dial in Greenville, Mississippi. Throughout the rest of the state, WOAI in San Antonio is heard very well, so you'll get us one way or the other. They're 1200 on the dial. So listen between 12 and 13, you'll find us somewhere.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, and I just want to make a note to Poindexter. He needs to just get a life or something. Because he's a geek or something. Well, I got to go right now.
I got to go too.
Okay.
See you later.
Okay, bye.
Somehow I have a feeling you know Poindexter. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Turn your radio off, please.
You got it. This is John calling from San Diego, Kogoland.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to thank you for being the talk show host that you are. You're like the voice of reasonableness in the wilderness.
I don't know. I hope.
We both know it's a strange world out there, and it's nice to see somebody who's willing to examine that with a jaundiced eye, I guess I can say.
Jaundiced?
Yeah. As well as informed. The main reason I called was I was calling in reference to the gentleman whose son was in the Army in Macedonia.
Yes.
I was kind of concerned. I'm an Air Force veteran of 10 years, and my major point was with the security measures that go on in troop movements and stuff, I was surprised that his son had the freedom to, I guess, transfer that information to his father. I appreciate his father's stand on everything and such, but, you know, the lives of his son's compatriots or fellow soldiers could be on the line because of information like that. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that the military monitors mail from sensitive areas, and if the military didn't want it known, they would have blacked it out.
Okay. And that was it.
All right, sir.
You have a good night.
You too, and thank you very much for the call and the kind words. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Dane from San Diego.
Yes.
About the entertainment industry, I kind of think that the far right uses the entertainment industry the way the left uses gun control. It's kind of like one of those superfluous issues that's only used there to push hot buttons. You know?
Well, then my only question would be then, if that's true, how come the far right makes absolutely no progress against the entertainment industry and the left gets guns banned?
Because the media is really biased. And the thing is, when the far right talks, they're just talking. They don't try and push legislation. The far left pushes a lot of legislation, and it you know, which really gets to me. I don't take it too seriously when the left talks about entertainment industries. Now, if they tried to censor, that would really get to me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look, let's examine for a second. I really didn't think Bob Dole was very sincere. I thought he was just being political. But let's take his statement at face value for a second. If what he said is true, then to simply state it and note it, and if it really has the effect he says it's having, then what other course of action other than some sort of censorship?
That's why they give R ratings, so people who can't discern between art and reality don't get in. I mean, if you look at the entertainment industry, I've got Entertainment Weekly in front of me. The most popular TV shows are movies are Home Improvement, Friends, and the top movies are like have basically been Forrest Gump, The Lion King. So, I mean, it seems to me that the most violent movies don't make as much money as the less violent movies, you know, and the ones that are real violent are rated R. So I just saw Die Hard just recently, and they weren't letting kids under 18 in. They were telling them to, you know, leave the line.
Yeah.
So I think that's totally superfluous because that's why they make ratings for.
All right, sir. Appreciate your call. I tend, with one exception, to be very much against any sort of censorship. And I'll say this one last time. I have considered and am a supporter of the idea. You know, we can all scream about how parents ought to be responsible, and of course they should. They should decide what their children see. But we are in a nation, like it or not, you can't dispute it, of a lot of latchkey kids. Kids who come home at 2 or 2:30 in the afternoon, 3 o'clock. And the first thing that goes on is the television. Mom, Dad aren't there. TV goes on. Children are not adults. Child brains are not adult brains. I'm able to watch Natural Born Killers or anything else and put it in perspective and not want to go out and grab a gun and kill a bunch of people because I saw a movie. An adult mind is able to discern. I mean, there are exceptions, but they're few and very far between. A child's mind is a very different thing. It's in its formative stages. It's still absorbing. And it does not have enough life reference many times to understand what it's seeing is not reality. So it seems to me it would be reasonable. I like to advertise myself as a reasonable person. I think of myself that way. To control the content of television during the hours that children are coming home from school and are awake. After that, television can be television. I don't feel the same way about movies. They're rated. Parents need to make decisions. You've got to pay. You've got to make a conscious choice. Television is coming into everybody's home. So that's, so that's a sort of a mild call for some form of censorship. I realize that, and I stand by my statement. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Joe in San Francisco.
Hi, Joe.
I'm the Newt fan out here.
Oh, you are all right. Okay.
I think Newt's going to run. I'm almost sure of it now.
I would think that a Newt Gingrich fan in San Francisco would be in danger of being lynched at the very least.
Well, yes, you might say that.
I mean, would you, for example, go down the street shouting Newt, Newt, I love Newt?
No, but I've had, conversations in public and haven't gotten killed yet. But
it's hopeful.
Yeah, I think. Well, I really think he's going to run. I thought there was no way, but the more I think about it, I think he wants to be the president throughout the turn of the century.
I'll tell you something. He's made a couple of statements in the last couple of days that seem to begin to open the door.
Well, he didn't say no. Whereas before he said he had decided to call it off a few months ago.
Right.
But then on Meet the Press, he said, well, I don't know. I'm not going to rule it out.
That's
and
right.
Then, now I know it's. I think the wheels are in motion because he went off with Rush and William Bennett down, and they had a powwow, and Rush talked about it and said that, I think there's a 51% chance he's going to run.
Well, I think it would be the single most exciting political race of our lifetimes.
Absolutely.
I can't think of anything that would be more fun. Anybody more equipped to come at Clinton, and Clinton would come back hard. I mean, they're both good campaigners. It would be something.
Yes, and I think the Republicans, they're very excited. I mean, a lot of Republicans now, I hear them saying that, he's doing good as speaker. He shouldn't leave the speakership. He should stay there. He's doing great.
Yeah, there is that. But, he's kind of at a zenith. I mean, a lot of the legislation that he, through his leadership, did get through.
That's right.
Without argument, is going to get bogged down in the Senate. Now, before there's sort of disappointment shifted back to him on that, he should grab the moment. The moment is just right, and go for it.
I think so too, Art.
I ought to be on his camp. I think I could advise him. Thanks a million for the call, sir. I mean, he's just the right person with the right personality and the right intellect at the right time for the right race against the right opponent, Bill Clinton. It'd be incredible. Well, dream race. We'll see. Maybe he'll run. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
What I wanted to say is I went to a psychic fair in Portland. It was a couple of years ago. Actually, it was right in the middle of the Bush-Clinton election.
Yes.
And what they were saying, they were kind of evenly split on who's going to win it with the toss-up at that point. The thing that I just jumped out at me yesterday, and I don't know why I remember this, one of the women said that Clinton would win, but it would be irrelevant because he would be the last democratically elected president that we would have. She didn't elaborate too much. I'm guessing some sort of martial law situation after that. What I was wondering is, the next time you had a futurist on, if you could ask him to comment?
Oh, I'd be glad to. I have them on whenever I get a good one to have on. So,
good.
Sure.
And I know it's kind of a general thing, but I don't know why that jumped out at me. So, and also, the previous caller said something about a letter from a gentleman in Station, Macedonia. What was that? If you could just give me a brief thing.
Well, that'd be rough. I'd rather let the man call back and do it himself on another night. It's one call per night. It was a letter from his son in Macedonia, and I don't want to misquote it, so I'll just leave that one alone for now. I'm sure he'll call back. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Let me turn off my radio, Art.
Oh, do that right away. Yes.
Okay. This is Jeff from Rockland, and I called and talked to you last night.
Yes.
When describing what I had seen, I didn't have a chance to tell you that what I saw was about maybe 40 to 60 yards above me and also made no discernible sound.
Okay.
And so
You're the man who saw the triangle.
Yeah, and I could be somewhat mixed up on the lights. I went to work tonight and talked to my buddy. We both saw the same thing. And I drew a picture of it right after we saw it. And it was so close to us that as it passed, you could hear the wind going through it, but not much of anything else. That's how close it was. It was just over the pine tree line.
Even more gently.
Huh?
Just sort of very gently. sort of a breeze sound, not a motor sound.
Right, very slow. And it went by so slow, we wondered how something so big could support itself. And we weren't thinking UFO because it didn't look like anything we knew of a UFO.
Sure.
So we thought it was some kind of new high-tech bomber or something.
Well, you've got to bear in mind that is possible. I mean, we've got things that we're working on that I'm sure we don't know about. That's why they call it Dreamland right next to me over here. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995.
There's somebody I know, his name will be Joe. His name is Joe, actually. And he does business in Southeast Asia a lot. And he just sent me a fax that's hard to believe. Dear Art, welcome home. Tonight is the first time that I caught your show since your return, so I unfortunately missed the comments you must have made about your trip. Of course I did, for days. Would like to have heard them. I don't know what date you arrived in Bangkok, but I arrived on Sunday, the 14th of May. When I opened the Bangkok Nation newspaper, the attached cartoon jumped out at me. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what it was? The Benson cartoon. I can't believe it. It was in the Bangkok Nation newspaper. Anyway, he goes on, I was furious. I wanted to call the editor and tell him you were coming to Bangkok and wanted an interview to rebut this outrage. Then the humorous side of this unfairness hit me. I could picture you settling into your hotel to start this much-anticipated vacation, having a gorgeous Thai woman with one of those incredibly beautiful smiles pointed directly at you as if you were the only man in the world, serve you a Singhao beer. That's what they have there. I had many Singhaos while I was there. And as you open the paper and spot this cartoon, you go into a rage, slander Buddha, and spend your entire vacation in a Thai jail. Hope it didn't happen. No, it didn't. But I will tell you this. Had I known it ran in a Thai paper, I would have been much more cautious about giving out my name. In addition, I would like to note that in Thailand, the one thing I'm told you do not do is slander the king. Now, in Thailand, to slander the king is to go to jail. I'm not as sure about Buddha, but I doubt good things would happen. Certainly, if you slander the king, you go directly to jail without passing go in Thailand. They tell you that right away. Criticize, if you wish, the bureaucracy. The Thai people don't mind that. But do not criticize the king. Very bad, very bad. Go to jail without passing go directly. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. I was wondering if you had an opportunity to read Nothing in This Book is True, but it's exactly how things are.
You mean Rush's book?
No, it's...
not the way you wish... well, I see.
No, it's Bob Frizzle's book. Nothing in This Book is True, but it's exactly how things are.
Sounds like a play on Rush's book, but no, I haven't read it. No.
Yeah, it's by Bob Frizzle, and it's available from Frog Frog Limited Press.
Frog Limited Press?
Yeah, and it talks about the Philadelphia experiment and the alien creatures and the fourth dimension and Egypt and Atlantis and.
So you could say it jumps around a lot.
Oh yeah, and the graves in Tibet
From Frog Press, you don't even get it, do you?
Oh yeah, it jumps around. I'm sorry. Yeah, I enjoy your program.
Well, I've enjoyed your call, and it sounds like an interesting book.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And a lot of books. Let's see all the books I've got. I've got my own library. Getting to them all is another matter. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
And to you.
Welcome back from your trip. This is Richard calling from PV. Togo country.
Where?
Palos Verdes.
Palos Verdes, okay. Well,
Yeah.
see, that could mean Pahrump Valley.
Yeah, I'll say I enjoyed your first broadcast on your return. Welcome back to the good old USA.
It's always good to get back.
Yeah, listen, Art. You really fascinate me. Star Trek is one of my favorite science fiction shows. There's a lot there for a person's imagination. And you do a lot of phenomenal things, and you're in very much of a leadership position in the United States, as far as I'm concerned. Because
no, I'm not. Look, don't confuse talk show hosting with leadership. It's not leadership. It's talk show hosting. Leadership is when you get elected, and even then, it's hard to find.
Well, I mean, you have a tremendous amount of impact on the peoples, throughout all your 170 stations.
That might be so.
And the other night, when you had the broadcast, the gentleman called in. And this is one of the reasons why I called you about. He was talking to you about this gentleman by the name of Ted Gunderson, who's locally out here in Santa Monica.
Yes.
I've never had the privilege of meeting the man in person, but I have spoke to him a long time ago, 1992, on the telephone.
Right.
And he wrote this article, and there's a lot to this article, and he's in Santa Monica, and I really would love to challenge that you'd have him on the air to talk about this. The man has put his life on the line, believe me. He's 28 years. He's an expert on security and terrorism in the FBI, retired FBI agent, and the man has got a lot to say about this situation. I mean, he refers to it as electrohydrodynamic gaseous fuel device, and he says only those persons who need to possess knowledge of research classified at the very highest level of top secret by the U.S. government, in addition to access to a vast array of chemical and electronic components.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. Have him contact me, and
I beg pardon?
Have him contact me, and we'll talk about it.
Well, I mean, he's in the phone book in Santa Monica, California.
Okay. Well,
I'll give you his number if you like.
No, not here. You can fax it to me, sir, or send it to me in a letter, but please don't give it out over the air. But I'm glad. I'm always glad to talk to anybody who would make an interesting guest. You will find out as time goes on. I don't have guests on the show just to have them on. There's got to be some. Either it's got to relate to something hot going on, or it's got to be a lot of fun, or it's got to be really fascinating, or I just don't fill up time with guests. Otherwise, we've got open lines to do here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, hey, Art, how you doing?
Pretty well.
Okay, this is Anthony from Cottonwood, California.
Hi.
Okay, I had an interesting thought here. You're talking about Newt Gingrich possibly running for the presidency.
I would love it.
The guy's got some brass cojones, no doubt about it. Who do you think he would choose for his running mate?
I'll tell you who the best person would be. Colin Powell.
You think so?
Oh yeah, yeah. That would do all kinds of things. I mean, I could make a whole list about why Colin Powell would be an incredible running mate for Newt Gingrich. Now there would be a ticket.
Yeah, that definitely would. That would be a power play. Boy, you'd have all the big guns coming out.
Yep.
No doubt about it.
I mean, that's the kind of election I want to see. I don't want a boring election. Dole and Clinton, that's going to be boring. I'll bet you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it would be. Dole's not really even the man you want to get in the White House. I just wanted to say also that I've been listening to your program for a long time, and you really give a different outlook on things, a better perspective, maybe.
Well, maybe different. Maybe different. I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. I'm just whatever I am. And I try to not stop and think about that. I also try not to think about all the people that are out there. It really makes me nervous. And people are making me do that all the time. Even at the when we had our meeting in the Far East, they said that, you know, don't you get nervous at all the people out there? And I never even think about it until someone mentions it to me, or it starts making me think about the program. You know, I don't think that much about it. I just do it. And when I think about it, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, sir.
I'm on the air right now.
As opposed to some other time, you mean? Yes, you're on right now.
My name's Carl. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in.
Okay.
I don't think that Gingrich is. I don't think he's going to run right now. This 96 year coming in, but I think he'll gear up for the next election after that.
Well, that's the conventional wisdom, but I think he's starting to change his mind.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
And about Bob Dole.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can concur with what you're saying about him. He's seems like he's an opportunist.
Well, see, everybody's saying that. I mean, everybody's calling up saying this and that about Bob Dole, except for one man who said he's better equipped to be president. In other words, so many in this audience seem to agree with that position, and yet all the great surveys are showing that Bob Dole is just way out in front. I mean, nobody's even close.
And one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Clinton wouldn't be so bad if he didn't have so many problems with his flip-flops and also with, I mean, his
yeah, but that's just like saying
the way he ran his cabinet, getting everybody into place. I mean, it was a fiasco. Past presidents, whether you liked them or not, they always had their transition team was, you know, the way they ran things, and they got the cabinet set, and they got all their appointments, and I mean, everybody's had scandals before, man, but this guy.
Yeah, but that's like saying, you know, Hitler wouldn't have been so bad if he hadn't been a Nazi. I got to run, sir. Thank you. I mean, he does have all these problems. He's not a good leader. He says, after he cites one good act of leadership with regard to the Japanese sanctions. I think he had guts to do that. But, you know, that's one issue Clinton does understand is trade. I'll give him that. But aside from that, I mean, this man is right. It has been a comedy of errors. Only they're not so comical because in a lot of cases they've resulted in people getting killed, like in Somalia. And now this whole scheme of his to get us involved in Bosnia. I mean, this one's really awful. So, yeah, it's like saying, you know, Hitler would have been so bad if he might have been an okay guy if he wasn't a Nazi. Well, he wasn't an okay guy. What he believed was not okay. And what this president apparently believes is not okay. Going into Bosnia right now is you know, I'm not an activist. You know me. I'll speak out on things, but I'm not really an activist. And I'd probably get activist if I saw ground troops going into Bosnia. That might activate me. It really might. I might get out and protest that. It's insane. Absolutely insane. You've got to have a reason to move the U.S. military, to send men to risk their lives. And going in to help the UN circle the wagons and get in more defensible positions to do a job they can't do anyway is no reason to send one person to die. No, sir. He better not send us. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art.
That's me.
Archie from Seattle.
Yes, sir. Como.
Huh?
Como.
Yeah, half and half.
That's
yeah, we got to switch over at, what is it, 1 o'clock?
1 a.m., yes.
Yeah. I think we ought to be honest with the public about this baby Richard and baby Jessica case.
How so?
Well, in both cases, did the court require that the father release any kind of custody over the children before they placed them with the adoptive parents or people that were looking to adopt?
Well, maybe not. Look, sir, I'm just saying that more and more now, it's not just those cases, but there are a lot of cases now in which parents are coming back and taking children from people who have been raising them for years and years.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think that the cases where people are coming back is the court has neglected to seek out the father and and see what's going on there.
Yeah.
I think in both cases with baby Richard and baby Jessica, that was the case. And the guy came back 2 months after the kid had been placed for 2 months and said, "Hey, I didn't know the kid was alive. I got a different story.
Yeah,
playing my kid."
I've got you. I know, but I don't care. At some point, to me, a reasonable person says, no matter the circumstance, when you take that child away after all these years, even if you've been sitting fighting in court, trying to get the thing done, at some point a reasonable person says, for the welfare of this child, it needs to remain with the people who are doing a great job raising it.
Because the court screwed up. I don't think that's right.
Well,
they should get their act together, and then there wouldn't be so much hardship on these kids.
Well, that's the whole point. Yeah. The kids, sir, if they are really, really, and everybody always says it, the child has got to be the number one consideration. If that's the only consideration, then what should happen? The welfare of the child is what I'm talking about now. Not the parents that are or want to be. The welfare of the child. What's best for that child?
Well, what would have been best would be for the court to act in a diligent manner when the biological parent came forward and said.
Yeah, but that's spilt legal renderings. In other words, you're right, of course, but it makes no difference.
Oh, okay, let me leave it at that with you saying I'm right. I just have one other comment. And what's the significance of the 1979 penny?
I don't know.
That was a Monkey and the Wrench in Somewhere in Time. That's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, of course. Thank you. Christopher Reeves. Somewhere in Time. The 79 penny. Yeah, God, what a movie. Christopher Reeves, I think I've got a late story on him. He's in real trouble. And there was a movie he did called Somewhere in Time that has no equal in its category. It is the most romantic, even for a guy, the most romantic movie done about time travel ever made. So if you have not seen Somewhere in Time, go out and rent it. Go out and rent it. It's worth the money. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
I'm surprised to get through so easily.
Well,
my name is Rob. I'm calling from the U.S. colony, Fairbanks, Alaska. Here, I'm listening to you on KFAR.
The U.S. colony?
Yeah. Oh, trying to get that feeling up here. Sometimes we've got 66% of our land is owned by the Fed. So.
Well, look. I'm in Nevada. 90%.
I can sympathize with you.
90% of our land's owned by the federal government.
Ouch. Well, has the other 10%? What kind of
Well, I've got a little bit of it myself.
Oh, that's good.
I say 90%. I think it is way up there. It's more than Alaska even.
Geez, that's pretty tough. Have you ever been up here before, Art?
Well, I lived in Anchorage.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
I know it's when I first moved up here, one of the most striking things when I came flying in was just the lack of industry. I had grown up in the Milwaukee area back in Wisconsin.
Listen, I've got some news for you. I may be coming to Fairbanks in August.
Oh, fantastic. That's a good time of year to come.
Well,
days are still long.
It's a wimpy time of year to come, and I wanted to come. I really wanted to come up to Fairbanks in January or February, but it didn't work out. I was ready to go. I bought my wife. As a matter of fact, I bought my wife a special coat, and then the whole deal fell apart. And so now they're saying August. I said, all right.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Alaska should be experienced in the winter and in Fairbanks.
That's right.
Food.
Yeah.
If you're going to come, I be talk to you about it. The reason I was calling was about the Ebola thing. I've heard so many different things when it first came out. When the first time I heard the story, there was like 100 and some deaths, and then by the next day they had it down to like 40.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of last week, I just all reporting of any kind kind of dropped right off the end. I wonder if you had any news about what was going on over there.
Well, maybe some of the people doing the counting are infected.
Huh.
That's a Weisenheimer remark, but and I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you. But the truth is, it's like a war zone. And any of the numbers coming out of Africa right now are just simply not to be trusted. As far as I'm concerned, what the CDC is telling us about Africa should not be trusted. It's now dropped out of the news. That doesn't necessarily mean a thing. What I'm saying is, don't believe them. This is one case where I truly believe that if there were serious news, not good, regarding Ebola, airborne, whatever, they would not tell us. They absolutely wouldn't tell us. So this is one case where you're going to have to rely on, to some degree, the press. If you begin hearing about a spread going very quickly, then for all they say, don't believe them, it's airborne. We don't have that yet, and maybe the whole thing is contained, but I'm not comfortable with what I'm hearing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
This is Mark from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
Been dialing so long, I forgot what it was I wanted to talk about.
That's bad.
What are you in the mood for? Aliens, time travel, Bosnia, or family values?
You know me. I can go in any of those directions.
Okay, let me throw this question at you. I know you're interested in the ideas of time travel. Assuming that in the future, or sometime in the near future, far future, someone does invent a time machine or time machine, wouldn't we be seeing these people pop up at historical events in the present to witness them?
How do you know they don't? In other words, as they have traveled in time,
right?
What gives you the idea they would be necessarily visible in this dimension to us at all?
Yes, I can in just a second. Well, that's what I'm asking you. What would be your idea?
Well, you said, why aren't they showing up at historical events now? And I said, what makes you think you could see them?
Well, that's actually a good counterpoint.
Thank you.
Well, that's all I had.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much for the call. And next time, pick the door that says Bosnia.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Cool. I've been I'm one of these people that like called and got in the first time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Where are you?
I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, KFYI.
Yeah. Okay. I love to hate you. You know, I really love your show. I really hate your politics.
I see. Well, at least you listen.
Oh yeah, I went out and registered to vote for the first time in 20 years the other day. Democrat.
Really?
Yeah.
I did that?
Yes, you did. You were totally responsible.
For having
I started listening to your show because my boyfriend's Republican and we work nights in a factory.
The both of you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's Republican and
so
he doesn't really listen to you that much anymore.
But you do?
Yes, I do.
I'm not sure what all this is
I love
saying.
your show. You really like I say, it's kind of a dilemma. I'd love to hate you.
No. I can accept that. I can live with it.
Cool, you know. But there's some Republican ideas I like. I like the death penalty, you know. I like the chain gang thing.
You do?
Yeah. But, you know, that's all I can think of, really. You know, most of your ideas I really hate.
Like what?
Like what?
Like what?
Like the abortion thing.
Abortion.
Yeah.
Okay. What is it you hate about my position on abortion? Is that I'm pro birth control.
You're pro birth control.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of okay.
Is it?
Sort of.
You know, it's better than an abortion, huh? Isn't it?
Well, I had an abortion once, like 20 years ago. It's not something I'm real proud of.
Well, then it's not something that'd be good, is it?
No, it's not a good thing.
So if you'd been taking birth control, you would have never had to make that decision, would you?
Yeah, you're right. You're right, but you know, like young people don't want to go in a drugstore and ask for like contraceptives, you know.
Well, that was then. This is now. When I was young people didn't want to go do. That's true, and I'm sure that's true of you too. It really is true. It would be a big embarrassment to go into a drugstore and ask for a condom.
Especially for a girl like 20 years ago.
Especially. No, I understand that. All right. Well, thank you. It was a good call. I think the decision should be avoided completely. I mean, it's an outrage. Having, what is it, 1.5 or 6 million abortions a year in this country now? That's awful. I don't really even care which side of the argument you're on. It's awful. You've got to admit that's awful. And the one way to prevent it is to prevent the decision. Now, this is not 20 or 30 years ago. This is now, and birth control is not a big deal to talk about, and it sure isn't a big deal to ask about. And that ought to be the answer. So that really is, but basically, yeah, I'm pro-life. I don't like abortion. I'll tell you, I don't like abortion. Just like that lady said, she had one. She's not proud of it, not happy about it. Would it not have been better for her not to have even had to contemplate that decision? Of course. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. This is Ken calling from KVI territory.
From where? Oh, KVI?
Yeah, KVI. Up here in Seattle, Washington.
I'm not in KVI now.
You know, that's one thing I don't understand. Some mornings, it seems like every other day you're on KVI, and then you're on Coma. Then you're on KVI, then you're on Coma.
Oh, now you're mixing me up. See, I thought we were on KVI until 1 o'clock in the morning, and then after 1, we're on Coma.
Maybe you are, because sometimes I listen to you at some different times. Sometimes I listen to you earlier. Sometimes I listen to you later in the evening, depending on when I finish my homework.
Well, then that's your answer.
Quick question. You said you worked in cable.
Yes.
What exactly did you do in cable?
I worked for the Times Mirror Corporation, which initially was Times Mirror, and in Las Vegas. And I, with a very good friend of mine, built all the what's called the head end. The microwave gear, the satellite reception gear, the channel processors, the scrambling, you name it. I did all of that. I built all that, and then ran that department for about 5 years.
Yeah, I worked for a cable company by the name of Cable Plus.
I was what's called a head end tech.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I worked for Cable Plus. That's established out of here. Its home office is in Bellevue, Washington. We do have quite a few apartment complexes that we service down there in Las Vegas. Second question I have for you is what does your education consist of? Just out of curiosity.
My education consists of high school and a couple of years of college.
Oh, so you went to like a junior college and received a AA?
University of Maryland.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I was always curious about that. Okay, Art. Well, you have a good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later. Let's see. Going here, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
I'm calling from KENI up here in Anchorage.
Anchorage, Alaska. Land of the midnight sun.
Right, and it's still rather light outside here. Not quite like Fairbanks where you'll be going, but
Let's see. What time is it up there now?
Right now it's 2:40.
2:40 in the morning, and
sun just kind of gets real low, and goes beyond the horizon, but the light effect is still here.
I wonder. Hey, I wonder. Do you think the sun is still up in Fairbanks?
Yeah, the summer solstice is, I think, June 27th.
Yeah, that's right. We're getting close.
I wanted to take you to task a little bit about your treatment of Senator Dole.
Okay.
In the first instant, you characterized him, as simply a politician letting loose with a barrage for political reasons.
Yes, I did.
And you took position on that, which I can't fault you for because it's more interesting when you do have a bias there. However, it's like you should allow the person to make a statement and then judge it before you characterize it to begin with, like
but he has
willing suspension of disbelief.
Yes, sir. But
the man, of course. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. But he has already made a statement. He made it yesterday.
Right. Well, he has declared his presidential intentions, and he's gave the speech as the presidential candidate. I'm pretty sure he was advised to, let loose with both barrels and let it shake loose his image.
Yeah.
And I think he did that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see how you can quite fault him for doing that, as opposed to looking at what he actually said, the content of his message.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that what I heard you say was that you kind of keyed on a couple of things there that were a little different than what I've heard locally. There's a man up here named Fritz Pettyjohn. You may know him if you lived up here. And he reported on the speech and indicated that what was important to him was the way in which he did his number on the Time Warner people and said that they were in danger of losing their souls for the way that they were packaging up sleeves for the popular consumption.
All right, sir.
That would be interesting to you.
All right. Yes, it is. No, look, it is. I don't necessarily disagree. My comments about Mr. Dole's statement had nothing to do with the content of what he said, with the exception of the Natural Born Killers comment. Other than that, my entire assessment of Bob Dole's statement was with regard to the timing of it, the motivation for it, and the sincerity of it. Now, that's pretty harsh. I generally agree with most of what he had to say, frankly. I just think that it was politically motivated, is quite transparent, has no history at all with Bob Dole. He has not come after Hollywood in this way in the past, and he's got a very, very long trail behind him of taking positions on various things, and he has never attacked Hollywood in this way. And he is running. He has stated that he's running, as you point out. He's clearly the leader. It clearly, in my estimation, is an attempt to co-opt the right-wing religious support now enjoyed by Pat Buchanan. He needs that. Going into the convention, he needs that. So I see what Mr. Dole did as purely political. Purely political. And I'm not arguing with the content. I guess I'm arguing with the sincerity, and that is pretty serious. On the wild card line, you're on the air.
Oh, yes. Hi, welcome back.
Thank you.
I have a suggestion about opposing Clinton. I don't know if you want to hear this or not, but I suggest, how about Rush?
Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting you should say that. I have heard some rumors about that. Have you been hearing that?
No.
He was actually mentioned. Maybe it was. I'm sorry. I see so many news programs and talk programs, but there was a semi-serious suggestion mentioning Rush as a candidate.
Yeah, because he knows all about Clinton.
He definitely run a hell of a campaign against Clinton. No question about that.
I call him Clinkhead. Isn't that awful?
Well, yeah, it is sort of. We should have.
Well, I have the excuse I have. It's early in the morning, so I'm like half asleep.
Yeah, I think Rush would be an effective candidate.
Yeah, great. Well, it's really good to hear you back.
Well, glad to be back.
Really missed you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take care. Rush would be good. He'd be a killer. You know, he'd be hard for Clinton to handle. Very hard for Clinton to handle. It would be hard for talk radio to handle. Now, that'd be something. Well, I hadn't thought about that. I don't think Rush wants to run, though. Does he? Have any of the rest of you heard any suggestions? I have on a couple of shows. I'm trying to recall, and it just wouldn't come to me what it was. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. Tommy in Cocoa Country.
Hi, Tommy.
Encinitas.
Yes.
I wanted to comment on the Baby Richard case. I think that what prompted from your last caller, but real quickly, what I found was really transparent about Dole and his comments about Hollywood. You got some big names out in Hollywood that are Republicans that are obvious by their omission. I mean, Bruce Willis, a hardcore Republican. Sylvester Stallone, hardcore Republican. Tom Selleck, hardcore Republican. Their studios are out here. I just wondered how it was just the
Shannon Doherty.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, with that said, I just wondered who was contributing what to what campaigns and when. Anyway, back to.
It's my understanding that Time Warner contributed to Tom Cole's campaign.
$5,000, I think.
I wonder if they can take it back now.
I bet they want to. Anyway, with the Baby Richard thing, I don't think that I was you were out of the country when that was picking up a lot of heat, and there was a lot of rallies about it. But to the caller that called up talking about law, imagine they can put NAFTA on a fast track, but they can't figure out a way to resolve an adoption on a fast track. Is rather peculiar. But in the dissenting opinion of it was a 5-4 decision, and one of the dissenting judges, I don't know the name, wrote in his opinion that the decision to turn Baby Richard back to the biological father was unconscionable. That's real strong language for one justice to put it in.
Well, I agree with that decision, sir. Thank you. And look, you know, the caller was suggesting that this decision to turn the child back was justified based on the court having screwed up. And I guess what I'm saying is everybody runs around saying what's best for the child, what's best for the child. Bull. They're not, you know, that kind of attitude is not what's best for the child. What's best for the child is that if it is and has been in a loving home for many years, it's best for the child not to take it out of that home. So if all these high-minded, highfalutin people out there who really would just practice what they preach about what's best for the child, I don't think there'd be any question. But as usual, we get everything all tangled up in the legal system in America. And as I said, now I understand that lady I met in the airport in Tokyo had the Vietnamese child, was on her way back. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. I wanted to talk about biostamp. In the past year, I've listened to talk radio. I've done extensive reading on our government, you know, to foreign relations, and just all this New World Order stuff. And what I found out is kind of shocking. In World War II, we gave Eastern Europe to the communists. In Korea, we maintained the status quo.
Well, no, just slow up there for a second. Let's take them one at a time. There was an agreement, ma'am, after the war, and after all, you know, the Russians participated and suffered heavily in the war. On the same side we fought on, and so there was an agreement. And
well, I
yes,
believe the agreement was that the Russians would fight if they got Eastern Europe. That's what I'm reading it.
Well,
in Korea, we maintained status quo.
Yeah.
Vietnam, we surrendered the whole of Vietnam to communists.
Yeah.
We've propped up communist dictators all over the world, and we've deserted freedom-loving people. So my question is, whose side are our military dying for?
Well,
I think we ought to debate that. I think it's come to a time when we should debate this question.
You think you're out there fighting for communism, huh?
Do the reading and come to the conclusions you want to, but that's the ones that there are probably some of us out there that have come to that conclusion, Art.
All right. Well, very good. I understand the way you feel. I don't agree with you. And I don't think we're out there fighting for communism. I think right now what we're doing is just plain stupid. I think it probably is connected to internationalism, not communism. I mean, that's totally failed. Communism's on the way out. Is full capitalism on the way in? No. Are we moving toward a more socialist nation? Sure, we are. As what used to be communist is moving to a more capitalist place. I mean, these are just facts. I don't even think that's disputable. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. I'm calling from Orange, going into the little bit of reddish county here. Do you know much about the Great Seal of the President of the United States?
I've seen it many times.
Do you know on the back of that seal there's the pyramid that we normally see on the back of the dollar bill?
Yes.
And it's got a little slogan up there that says, "He, God, has favored our undertakings," is Annuit Coptis. And I noticed in reviewing some tapes that I recorded on some of Clinton's speeches that he didn't have the seal on the podium the night that he spoke to the people in Oklahoma that Sunday. And I was wondering if you might think that to be a little odd. I've never seen a president without the seal, and it wasn't like it was a day of mourning because he had one whenever he was honoring the dead police the police officers that one day.
Very suspicious, sir.
Yes.
All right. Well, I thank you for that observation, and I'll have to review some videotape. West of the Rockies, you're on the air very quickly here.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Carol.
Okay. Well, you're on the air.
Thank you. I have a comment to make about Pope Paul John II and his June the 5th prediction.
Yes,
I would like to say that in the early 1900s, a Mormon president predicted that man would never land on the moon without the world being destroyed first.
Right.
So because of that prediction, I consider Pope John Paul's prediction to be nuts.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, the whole thing might be made up. I have no way of knowing. All I did was read it. Everybody wanted to hear it. We're close to the date, and so I thought it would be appropriate to do so. And it may be totally nuts. Who knows about these things? Who knows? Of course, June 5th's coming up pretty quickly, so we'll find out, won't we? I'm sorry, that's all the time there is. We're ruled by the clock. I think I've got an interview coming up on KFYI in about an hour or so. We'll see. Otherwise, see you tomorrow morning at about the same time, eh? Good night.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, and welcome to yet another edition of Coast to Coast AM and beyond. Actually, from way beyond borders. It's good you're all here. I'm happy to be here. And I guess I'll say it for the rest of this week. It's nice to be back on U.S. soil once again. I'm Art Bell, and yes, this is Coast to Coast AM, live talk radio throughout the nighttime on the CBC radio network, the largest, fastest growing nighttime, live, all-night radio program in America. That sounded redundant somehow. Anyway, welcome. Lots of news to talk about. Bob Dole goes to Hollywood. You know, Bob Dole blasts Hollywood. CBS said sex, drugs, rock, and dole. Bob Dole really came after him. He attacked Hollywood, their producers, the grips, the movies, the values, the record industry. He came after the entertainment medium generally. He says he sees it as graphic and gratuitous violence. He said the entertainment industry is debasing the culture with indecent movies and deviant music. He said, quote, "A line has been crossed, not just of taste, but of human dignity and decency when Hollywood's dream factories begin turning out nightmares of depravity," end quote. Ooh. He named names. He talked about the movie Natural Born Killers, which he cited for its violent content. True Romance, which he cited for its sexually explicit scenes. I haven't seen that one yet. Now I want to. He also came at Time Warner for, Two Live Crew, which has a lot of very rough music without question. To Time Warner, he said the following, quote, "I would ask the executives of Time Warner a question. Must you debase our nation and threaten our children for the sake of corporate profits?" End quote, in question. So that's pretty rough stuff. And I guess point one is it fair criticism? Now, Bob Dole has never had word one to say about Hollywood before. This is new for Bob Dole, but, whenever you see Bob Dole, as I've said many times in the past, if you look very carefully, they don't do close-ups these days, but when they do a close-up of Bob Dole, you can actually see little tiny white houses with the pillars and everything sort of shimmering in each one of his eyes. So it's a natural question to ask whether, since he's not come out with this kind of a blast against Hollywood before, whether this is a political tip-o-de hat to the religious right. In other words, is it just political, and where does it lead? I mean, what do people want? Censorship or what? Now, interestingly, I've seen Natural Born Killers. And I think I said this over the last couple of nights because there were indications he was going to name this movie, and he has. And I think it's a very poor example. There's a lot of violence in Natural Born Killers. Ooh, it's a very violent movie. But it's violent with, in other words, it had, I thought, great production value. It was violent in the genre of Clockwork Orange. That kind of a presentation. There was talent involved in the way that the story was woven. And I don't think it was a good example. I mean, I've seen a lot of movies with gratuitous violence that I would have listed before Natural Born Killers. Now, Natural Born Killers sounds good because it's got a title, sounds like it's just nothing but violence. Norman Lear said the following: Hollywood, in its presentation of violence, and this is really, I guess I should preface this statement. Dan rather read it, but it's a pretty good blast back at Dole. And so while I ask you whether Dole's statement is fair and right, I want to ask you to respond to the one that Norman Lear now makes too. Norman Lear said, quote, "Hollywood, in its presentation of violence and sex, has no more to answer for than the Congress of the United States. The name of the game in the entertainment business is short-term profit. This is exactly what Congress is all about. How you can get elected in the short term and every other value be damned," end quote. Now, do you agree more with the Bob Dole statement or the Norman Lear statement, or both? Do both have value? Or do both of them lack value and scream politics? You decide. And here, from the governor of California, Governor Wilson, I've got a very unusual. I don't usually do sound bites, but as you know, Governor Wilson yesterday ended in California affirmative action. And here's what he said. All I've got to say is, boy, a few more sound bites like that, and I might have to vote for the guy myself. It was impressive. I shake up the board ops out there. With the stroke of a pen and with the stroke of the angry white male voter, Pete Wilson, California's governor, outlawed all California state affirmative action programs, actually only affecting at most really a few hundred state jobs. He also endorsed the California Civil Rights Initiative, expected to be on the 96 ballot. Big question is whether this kind of action on the governor's part will get him on the 96 ballot, and I think not. I think not. I would not describe Pete Wilson as my guy. He's for too many things that I am not for. Gun control is right at the top of the list. He's pro-abortion. He breaks promises. He's just done a lot of things that... anyway, on to Bosnia. The situation is worsening. Just one day after our president seemed, underline the word seemed, to change his mind and prepare the way for U.S. ground troops to enter Bosnia, the Serbs have now responded by promising a bloodbath if U.S. troops show up in any form, and that means even a rescue operation. The leader of the Bosnian Serbs now describes the 370 UN hostages, some chained to targets, as prisoners of war, POWs, and says if we try to rescue them, there's going to be a bloodbath. Now, our military is beginning this weekend live ammunition practice in Germany for exactly the kind of operation the Serbs promise will turn into a bloodbath. Some countries are now trying to free their hostages independently of the UN. In other words, they're bargaining. Probably France. France always does that. They'll even pay to get them out. In fact, 2,000 troops are training for the operation now in Germany. 2,000 troops are offshore. Former Secretary of State James Baker said, quote, I think that we're just about to embark on a very, very slippery slope without having given sufficient full consideration to the possible consequences, end quote. Boy, do I agree with that. CBS ended up by saying, our troops, if they do go in, will not go in as peacekeepers, but full combat soldiers ready to take on anyone who gets in their way. Now, let me read you what Reuters this last hour said. The leader of the Bosnian Serbs has delivered a stern warning to the international community. He says any military effort by the United States or any other world power to free hundreds of UN hostages being held by the Serbs would result in, quote, slaughter, end quote. The Bosnian Serbs are holding some 370 UN personnel as human shields to ward off further NATO airstrikes. His warnings came as Serb shellfire rocked the eastern Bosnian Muslim enclave of Gorazda. So there you have it. That's where the situation in Bosnia stands this morning, not in a good place. The president in Montana, this evening actually, seemed to be turning around again and saying, no, we're not going to put U.S. troops on the ground. There'd be a lot of people killed. I'm losing complete track of what this president is saying and what he's doing, and I think that's because he doesn't have any idea what he's saying and doing from day to day. It changes. So I have no idea what this man is about. All I can say is we've got to get him the hell out of the White House in '96, and I wish it could be earlier. The OJ trial, I've not mentioned that in a few days, but I mention it now because it's about to get interesting. Now, I've got a late report. Somebody in fact said, Art, KNBC down in Los Angeles, is reporting tonight that 3 of the remaining 4 alternate O.J. jurors are under investigation, may be removed as early as tomorrow. Huh. If this trial ends in a mistrial because the jury pool becomes less than 12, would the next trial be ruled by the same judge, or would a different judge be appointed? That's Linda in Metairie, Louisiana. And indeed, we know that at least 2, maybe even 3 jurors may be soon out or at least being investigated. The boring but crucial DNA portion of the trial is now over. The next witness is going to be a really weird character, this Los Angeles County coroner. You may have seen him in the pretrial hearings. He's a weird character. The allegation was that he was so angry after the pretrial hearings, he went back to the coroner's office and pulled a gun out and said something about dispatching some of O.J.'s attorneys or something. That's the allegation. That guy. So he'll be next on the stand, and during his testimony, the jury will no doubt see what the judge called horrible, graphic pictures of the victims at the scene. I have no problem with that, by the way. Seems to me reasonable they see the truth. Now, the O.J. trial, they say, is not your average trial. The average murder trial in Los Angeles takes about 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Simpson trial is not normal. It's abnormal. They've spent $3 million thus far. And the worst part of it is, it may all have to happen again. Now, in fact, it's looking more and more that way, as though it's going to be a mistrial. If there is a mistrial, and O.J. Simpson has to be retried, heaven help us all, do you think that Judge Ito should be the judge, or should they seek a new judge? Should he even be retried? Depends, I guess, on how it comes down. When I was in the Orient, it was in the airport, I believe at Tokyo, yes, in Tokyo. I met a lady who had a little bitty baby that, and she was on her way home. She had been in Ho Chi Minh City, or Saigon, your preference, for a couple of months, a lot longer than she had anticipated being there. But she had this little baby, this little Vietnamese baby, and she had just adopted it, and she was as proud as could be, and, you know, on her way back to the States with us. And I didn't say anything, of course, but I thought at the time, now, why is this woman coming all the way to Ho Chi Minh City to adopt a child when there are so many American children that need adoption? But if you saw 48 Hours, or you saw the CBS report yesterday, maybe that's the answer why. You see, American courts now, for whatever reason, have begun to take children away from parents who have adopted them years after the adoption, because the regular genetic parents have come back and gone to court. And so we hear about baby Richard and baby so-and-so and baby so-and-so, and the stories go on, because the courts wrench these children away from the parents that have adopted them and give them back to the natural parents. And so, you know what? Now I understand why that lady was sitting in the Tokyo airport with that Vietnamese child. And I think it's wrong. I think once an adoption has taken place, it is an adoption. And once a child is with parents for years, those are the parents. And so I don't blame that lady who was on her way back from Ho Chi Minh City with this child. I thought you might have some comments on that. It all kind of fell into place for me when I saw the reports last night on CBS about the courts coming back and taking these children away. I'll tell you something. I'm the kind of guy to be sitting there with a shotgun, loaded and ready for bear. I mean, you know, you have a child for years, and they come to try to take that child away. You'd best not get in my way. That'd be my attitude anyway. T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh no, all of our mental images were wrong. T-Rex, the big meat eater, the guy who stood on two legs, 30, 40 feet into the air, something like that. Wrong. The American Museum of Natural History in New York has, bones there. They showed for years T-Rex standing up on two legs. Wrong. You know how they figured out that's wrong? Because they've got lots of footsteps from T-Rex, but no tail dragging behind. And see, if T-Rex was up on 2 feet, then the tail dragged behind, right? But there are no tail tracks. So they said, we've been wrong all these times, so they've redone it. Put all the bones back together a different way. Now, T-Rex stands maybe 7 feet tall. Still a very awesome animal. Still, human beings would be, they said, bite size for T-Rex. But he'd be coming at you at, about the size of a big basketball player or something, about 7 feet. I don't know if basketball players get to be 7 feet, but something like that. Close anyway. Somebody sent me a fax worthy of a question. Equilibrium analysis, he calls himself in Southern California. All right, the person asking the difficult questions was indeed asking the correct questions. This was a phone call the other day. In answer to the question of, and I'm going to let this one hang in the air, are we players in the quickening, or are we being played? God, that's a good question. I couldn't answer it. The guy called me, and I had no answer. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, what a great question. Are we, in fact, you might put it this way, are we the architects of the quickening? And I think most of us agree there is a quickening. Are we the architects, or are we the players? Is it something that's just occurring by the hand of God or a natural course of events? And we're just sort of walking along with it here? Or are we the architects of it? I really, I don't have the answer to that, but some of you might want to try. Now, I've had 1 million requests to read the Pope's predictions. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you all right now. I will read them. This will be the last time I'm going to read the Pope's predictions to the year 2000. I'm doing it because of the imminent date of June 5th. I will read them after 1 a.m. Pacific time, or a little better than an hour and a half. A little better than an hour and a half from now. I will do that so the latter stations joining the network at 1 o'clock will have an opportunity to hear it. Then I won't get calls all night saying, well, I missed it. Couldn't you read it again? So I'm serving notice now that I will read them after 1 a.m. in the morning, the Pope's predictions to the year 2000, containing a very close-in date now, June 5th. What is today? Anyway, let me have it. It's first? Yeah, it is the first, and after midnight, the second. So we're close.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995.
live radio, kind of like the way television used to be back when it was fun. So that's the way we do it. Keep ringing till we answer. If the phone company disconnects you, curse them and their relatives forever, and then pick up the telephone. Boy, that was abrupt. And then pick up the telephone and try again. Just remember, when you put a curse on the phone company, try to eliminate Art Bell. I mean, if you mention Bell, try to leave the Art part out. East of the Rockies, the number is 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033, anywhere out east of the Rockies. All right, here we go. A plunge into the unknown. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning. See?
Oh, Art?
Well, you are there. Hello there.
Yes, I'm here. Listen, I'm calling you from Alaska, and our cable is down, and we're on the satellite, so there's going to be a little delay between my talking and your talking.
Well, that's all right. I can bear with it as long as we know there is that delay. Then there won't be a problem.
Okay, one reason I called tonight, Art, I wanted to see if I could get a number where I could call. I wanted to get the map that Gordon Michael Scallion was talking about.
Okay, well, that would have to come directly from Gordon Michael Scallion, and I would have an awful lot of paperwork that I'd have to go through here to be able to find it for you. So all I can do is promise I'll try and find it and get that on the air for you.
That'd be great. All right, thank you, Art.
All right, thank you very much for the call, sir. Actually, I would think that the satellite delivery would be the one that would provide the least delay. Maybe not. Maybe it's the other way around. I don't know anymore. I know that when we talk very, very long distances, there is a delay, and unless you're used to doing it, it can be very confusing because everybody starts talking over everybody else. It can be done. You just have to be aware of the delay and account for it. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. Libertarian Nationalist, Aurora, Colorado.
Yes, sir.
How'd your vacation go, my friend?
It was wonderful.
Well, that's great. I'm glad you're back safe and sound after venturing into Chi-Com land.
I sure did.
Yeah, it must have been pretty interesting.
By the way, I've got now most of the, in fact, all of the photographs back. I have to scan a few more, and probably tomorrow I'm going to be uploading them. So the photographs from the trip are about to be available.
Okay. Well, Art, you posed a question. Did Bob Dole say what he said about Hollywood in order to pander to the religious right?
That's correct.
And I think he did. I think everything the man does is politically inspired.
Me too.
And, I have immense respect for his service during World War II. But this is no longer the same man. I think somebody laid one of those pods from Invasion of the Body Snatchers next to him when he was sleeping one night, and he was replicated.
I really hate to say it, but I think the Republican Party, if it nominates Bob Dole, is making a tragic mistake and a big move toward putting Bill Clinton back in for 4 more absolutely unbearable years. So,
you're right on the money, Art. You and I agree on some things, disagree on others. My ideology is pretty much in line with Chuck Harder's, but one thing we absolutely agree on, Slick Willie has got to go.
Well, at least there's some common ground.
You bet, buddy.
Right. Thank you very much. In your case, I imagine you would think that a black helicopter possibly might take him away instead of the voters. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with the last caller there. I think Bob Dole is definitely pandering to the right. And specifically, I'm wondering why he didn't mention, like, Die Hard 3 or say, Married with Children or Melrose Place or anything having to do with, what's his name?
I like Married with Children.
Yeah, I know, I'm saying, but when could it have something to do with the fact that all of those are, in one way or another, connected to our good friend Rupert Murdoch? I mean,
I hadn't thought of that aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, then I'll look at Arnold Schwarzenegger movies and, it's all the same thing. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, are you, would you classify, you know what I want to hear? I want to hear from somebody actually in the religious right. Would that be you?
No.
I wonder what they would have to say. I mean, obviously his words were designed to please them.
Yeah.
I just wonder if people on the religious right, and I've got plenty of listeners in that category, saw through what he said and see it as a political statement, not necessarily a statement of real belief.
Yeah, I don't think they could be that stupid, basically, you know what I'm saying? Because if he were really genuinely concerned, he'd be blasting all of them, you know, not just the ones that are coming from the so-called liberals like Oliver Stone and all that, you know?
Did you hear Norman Lear's statement?
Yeah, I didn't quite get what he was saying, though, but
All right, well, let me give it to you again. See if you absorb this. Hollywood, in its presentation of violence and sex, has no more to answer for than the Congress of the United States. The name of the game in the entertainment business is short-term profit. This is exactly what Congress is all about. How you can get elected in the short term and every other value be damned.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I thought so too.
All right, well, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for the call, sir. I really thought that both statements, I mean, look, in a sense, I've complained about television as well. To me, it's television. I worry a lot more about television, and specifically, I'm referring to programs that are on during the hours that children, you know, so many latchkey kids, they come home at, 2:30, 3 o'clock, whenever. The television goes on, and whatever's there is there. Now, if we want to do something about this, it seems to me, number one, we delineate between adults and children. I watched Natural Born Killers. Besides having production values, it did not for 1 second cause me to want to go out and kill a bunch of people. Not even for a second. But I am an adult with a mind such as it is, formed already. And I can accept and assimilate this material and properly classify it. I've always been of the view that children are not necessarily in that category. And I know it sounds Hitler-esque to many, but I would have no problem with a regulation that from certain hours to certain hours, there not be gratuitous violence and sex on TV. Movies are a different thing. They've got ratings. Parents ought to be out there controlling their children, whether or not they go to an R and X-rated movie, whatever. That's the job for parents, and there are ratings that allow that job to be done. So I'm not going to blame Hollywood there, nor do I think that most adults are influenced one way or the other by movies with violence or sex. I think the violence is probably a lot more serious than the sex. I think Bob Dole's statement was political. That's all, it was political. And I'll bet you that the people on the religious right that comment this morning, and we're going to get them, I would just, if I had to lay my money, I'd say that they too, even though they obviously will no doubt agree with most of what he said, can see why he did it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm calling from Leesville, Missouri, listening to KCMO Radio.
Oh, the big KCMO, Kansas City. Yes, sir.
By the way, I think with Bruce Willis in Die Hard 3, Bruce is a conservative, so...
Well, I haven't seen Die Hard 3 yet.
I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Really? The first two Die Hards were great movies.
Yeah, I never saw them. But I think it was about a year ago I saw Bruce Willis on Entertainment Tonight bad-mouthing Clinton.
And by the way, the Die Hard movies also, they were not gratuitous violence. Granted, there was a lot of really cool explosions and stuff, but it was not just gratuitous. In other words, there was a serious, dramatic presentation of the story. Right?
I've never seen neither movie.
Oh, I see. Well, gratuitous violence generally means violence simply for the sake of it.
Oh, yeah, just blatantly show the gore.
Yeah.
But as far as what mediums to attack, though, and by the way, I hope Bob Dole doesn't stick with this too far, because that's sort of what did in Bush at the Republican convention in '92, pandering a little bit too much to the far right, letting Pat Robertson take the podium at the convention. But as far as what medium to attack, though, it seems like they always go after network TV. You know, ABC and all them are now.
Well, they're
putting up their violence disclaimers when it's more cable TV.
Well, yeah, but who cares about disclaimers? They just cause more people to watch it anyway. You know, network TV is different than movies, and the reason it's different is because it's delivered into your home free of charge, not like a cable channel that's scrambled that you got to pay for an order.
Well, yeah, but when the kid comes home from school, though, it's not the same as paying $5 to see a movie. He just turns on the TV.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, if anything, the media should be attacking cable TV rather than going after network television.
All right, sir. Thank you. I disagree. Again, cable is something that you've got to specifically order and pay for, and the really rough stuff is on pay-per-view, and you've got to specifically order that. Look, I really do delineate between an adult and a child. A child's mind is not yet formed. When it comes to children, I begin to bend, and I say, look, let's not fill up their little heads with all of this. There's no reason to do that during certain hours. We can just keep it off the television set. If adults want violence or sex as entertainment, God knows there's enough of it out there. God does know, by the way. There's enough of it out there. You can go rent it, whatever. Married with children. Interesting case. A lot of people think of it as extremely anti-family, anti-moral, anti-everything that is American. But, you know, it is not presented as a serious presentation of any sort of American value. It is presented as a comedy. And I might add, it's incredibly funny. I really love that show. It's one of my favorite shows, Married with Children. But I'm able to assimilate it and laugh at it, and not for 1 second do I begin to emulate it or consider that it is any sort of serious presentation or anything else. It's just a comedy, an irreverent comedy. Kind of in the spirit of and an extension of Archie Bunker. I think it's a riot. I mean, I've said some of the funniest programs I've ever seen, comedies, are Married with Children. I know a lot of people think it's absolutely disgusting. I don't. I think it's funny. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Is this Pahrump?
Pahrump. Yes, Pahrump.
Okay. May I ask you a few questions, sir?
Well, I don't know. How many do you have in mind?
Two.
Two will be okay.
Okay. First of all, I'm calling from the westernmost state of the Union, California.
Yes, sir.
This is the Anarchist.
Oh, yes.
Now, may I ask you, you used to have a caller purporting to be a neo-Nazi, and he used the name that started with a P. What is that name? Or was that name? Do you remember?
Now that you've asked me, it blew right out of my head.
Okay.
Anyway, I know who you're talking about.
You also have a caller called Charlie from the Liberal from California.
Yeah.
He calls other stations, and he uses a name that starts with an E. What is that name?
Eric.
Okay. Yeah. When you went into mainland China, what did you do with Art Bell? Where's Art Bell?
Well,
you caught me running dog. Where's Art Bell?
He's up now in Beijing being held.
And who are you?
Well, if I told you that, there'd be no mystery at all, would there?
How about Pablo? Why don't you ask Pablo?
That's Pablo. That's it. Pablo.
Yeah, that's it.
That's Pablo.
Where's Art Bell? I want Art Bell back.
He's in Beijing.
Yeah, you bet he is. Bye.
Goodbye. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, Joe in Wichita Falls, Texas.
Hi, Joe. How you doing?
I guess I'm one of those right-wing religious wackos.
Oh, good.
And there's nothing that I think Bob Dole can say that would bring us aboard. I believe that Pat Buchanan's probably our man.
I would think so.
And as far as
there's something about when Pat Buchanan says it, somehow you know he means it. When Bob Dole says it, all you see are the little white houses getting a little brighter.
Oh yes, and George Bush got fired because of about the taxes thing, not because of pandering to the religious right.
Yeah, of course that's right. Mainly two things got George Bush fired. One, his broken tax promise, and two, his absolutely ineffective, ridiculous, looking like he meant to lose campaign.
Well, if you don't try, he didn't try. Because I think that I think he figured that it was a lost cause from the beginning because the people that voted in the primary for Pat weren't going to vote for him in the general. Period. They were going to Perot.
That's right. I believe that's right. All right, sir. Thank you. Though again, all the surveys show that if you took the parole vote, such as it was, and split it, it would have about evenly gone to Bush and Clinton. That's a fact, and that's a result of a lot of surveys. So, it may well have been that Clinton would have won anyway. I'm sorry, but the more I think about it, the more I think that Bob Dole is not the man to beat Bill Clinton. And if he is the nominee, we're in trouble. We're really in trouble. I maybe in the end I'll change, and I'll if it's the only choice, I'm sure I'll get behind Bob Dole versus Bill Clinton if those are the only choices. But I won't be a happy camper. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning. No, you're not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Robert up in Portland.
Hi, Robert.
Oh, I remember. I've read at least Isaac Asimov's Science Fact, little magazine type booklet thing.
It's actually science fiction. He writes science.
It's Science Fact. There was one that was Science Fact.
Really?
That he was majorly involved in, and that's why his name was on the cover.
I see.
Because he's written several nonfiction science books and whatnot.
And?
He's a PhD.
Yes.
And in one of them, in the very back, there was a graph that he had found that a guy had plotted out. This goes to the quickening, sort of, that in all business troughs, major wars had occurred.
In all business what?
In major business troughs, like recessions.
Oh, down cycles. Yes.
Down cycles.
Yes.
War
is more likely, surely, yes.
Civil War, the Revolutionary War, World War I, and World War II all happened in recessionary periods.
In that case, the market was up 86 points day before yesterday, and another 6 or 7 points yesterday. So I guess we're okay for the moment, huh?
Yeah, he predicted the next one for about 2005.
Okay, thank you very much for the call. I don't know how you can refer to what appear to be prognostications as science fact, but okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Bob from Eagle River, Alaska.
Hi, Bob.
Yeah, I just start out with Bob Dole.
What about Bob Dole?
Well, I'm pretty far right and I'm pretty religious, but he hasn't fooled me any. As far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't vote for him, even if it was only him and Clinton.
Even if he blasts movies like Natural Born Killers and that kind of thing, that doesn't attract you.
Not a bit. Not a bit. No. That's just. I think it's all politics. It's got nothing to do with anything. That's like President Clinton blasting talk radio. That was just to make points with somebody. But all in the same thing, I think.
Trying to nose up a little to Gordon Liddy, huh?
Yeah, maybe. But Gordon Liddy sure likes him. But I'd like to say something about Bosnia, if I could.
Sure.
Okay.
Real quick, because we're almost out of time here.
Okay. I just think President Clinton, he needs to learn that he can't delegate responsibility. He can delegate authority, but not responsibility. He's trying to say that we're not going to send ground troops, but if NATO asks, then we'll send ground troops, and we'll put them in harm's way.
Yeah.
It goes back to something else.
No, you're right. One day it's one thing, one day it's another. This is a man who will say anything on any given day. I've actually given up trying to figure out what it is he really needs. We need a new president.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from June 1st, 1995.
from the high desert and the great American Southwest desert country, right out here in the middle desert country. Actually, from the Tahitian Hawaiian island chains all the way east over flyover country to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. It's another week underway. I've got a couple of fast announcements to make. Number one is welcome KFMD San Diego. As we switch affiliates to the big 50,000 watt clear channel KFMD. Welcome to live overnight talk radio. Good to be here. The second, also a big announcement, WMZQ AM in Washington, D.C. The nation's capital. Glad to have you on board, too. So we lighted off, torched it off in Washington, D.C. this morning. And so it is going to seem a little strange, I'm sure, to the people in Washington, D.C., although you're in for a real treat, but I'm about to go on vacation. I've actually been doing this show for about a dozen years, and it's been about a year and a half or so. So I'm about to take off on a vacation, but you will never notice the difference. As a matter of fact, it will be a wonderful opportunity for the people of Washington, D.C. to see what the show is all about, because we are going to be replaying some of the very best programs and best interviews recently. Now, as you know, Friday night, Saturday morning, we had Richard Hoagland here. Sort of. The bombing in Centennial Park occurred, and we had to begin dealing with that, so we put off the interview, and a lot of you will not have known it because no doubt your stations broke away to talk endlessly about the bombing. And so you missed it. Richard Hoagland is coming back this Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Then Thursday night, Friday morning, I will be here to do the program for as long as I can. I think until about 3 a.m. Pacific time, and then I will grab my packed bags and take off for the airport and turn the reins of power of this home over to my sister, who will be here during the time I am gone. I do the program from home, incidentally, and I'm on my way to Europe. Somebody asked me what the schedule is going to be, and actually I've got the schedule here someplace or another. Let me look at it. To give you a very brief idea, let me see, I arrive in Copenhagen. I'm going to be going to St. Petersburg in Russia. We'll be there a couple of days. During that time, we're going over to Moscow. We're going to be going to Helsinki, Finland, Stockholm, Sweden, Visby, Sweden, Warnemünde, and Berlin in Germany, Denmark, Oslo, Norway, Dover, England. So as you can see, I'm going to be all over the place, and that'll be at the end of the week this week. And then we will begin a series of replays that a lot of you have been waiting for. Frequently interesting interviews done at the end of the week. Lately, as you may have noticed, we have precluded and not run them on Sunday night, Monday morning. Well, there was a reason for that. We were saving them up. And so our new listeners in Washington are going to get to hear a couple of weeks of the most incredible radio I think there ever has been. Tonight, I don't know what the hell we're going to do. I'm going to catch you up on, by the way, this is open line, unscreened talk radio. I guess I had to tell the people in Washington, D.C. that. I don't know what you tell new people about this program. It is never the same night to night. Never. It's always something different, something strange. We lean toward the unusual, sometimes even bizarre. You'll notice, for example, there is a full moon up there tonight. Well, it's full as of midnight or something. So expect the unexpected. Also, one other little thing. A very old acquaintance of mine, guess I better be careful here, a man some of you who are old enough will remember, the world's first real hacker, Captain Crunch. Do any of you know of Captain Crunch? I mentioned him on the air the other night. We were talking about interesting people. And his name came up, and lo and behold, Captain Crunch is still out kicking around. He's still out there. So, at some point, any point really, Captain Crunch may call in. And if he does, we will interview him. He is a very remarkable man, the real inventor of what was called the telephone blue box, which, that's a long story. He'll tell you. Anyway, the FBI got interested in the captain, and I can't recall exactly. It seems like the captain might have done a little time. I can't remember. We'll ask him about that. Anyway, he's a cool guy. I interviewed him about 20 years ago in Central California, and so the captain may call. One other person that will mean nothing to the people in D.C. I talked to last night. We might even have him on tomorrow night. Madman Markham. Do you remember Madman Markham? No? Well, this guy, it's an affectionate phrase. It's actually Mike Markham. And he sort of built a time machine, and there are updates. Madman has secured himself a large generator, very big generator, as a matter of fact, and he is now independent of the phone company and doing heaven knows what. So we may interview Madman. Now, to the serious news. Serious voice here. The FBI has released the transcript of a brief warning phone call made before Saturday's bombing in Olympic Stadium. Actually, not stadium, park. It simply said, quote, "There's a bomb in Centennial Park. You have 30 minutes. FBI apparently has some suspects in mind. They say it is a short list. Sounds like they're trying to pick a vice president. They've got videotapes. They've been collecting them. And they apparently are fairly close to arresting this person. Now, obviously, if this person turns out to be domestic, which they probably will, pipe bomb, and connected with some underground movement, possible, then we've got a whole new thing on our hands. Flight 800, they are leaning toward the bomb theory. Looks like the front of the 747 got blown away. The back portion continuing in sort of flight for 2 or 3 minutes. Hopefully the passengers were not alive during that time. But they may well have been. God, that would have been horrible. Horrible. And then exploding and crashing into the sea, so it scattered out over as much as 40 miles. 8 more bodies collected today. And there was a terror conference, sort of, at the White House. Both parties rushing in. A bipartisan talk about terror. I don't know what good it's going to do. I just don't. If it is a bomb, they're leaning toward the bomb theory, and I'm hoping for the bomb theory. As you know, I'm leaving on TWA flight 866 from Kennedy, a 747 traversing the same exact territory toward Copenhagen. And so, naturally, I'm thinking, better a bomb, because the odds of that happening twice are A, slim, and B, security has been beefed way up. But, you know, I wonder what they were saying to each other at the terror conference. Because what if it was a missile? I mean, what do you do about that? You could have increased security and dogs sniffing this and that at the airport and big $1 million machines until the cows come home, and they're not going to sniff out somebody down line with a Stinger or a Russian missile or whatever. And by the way, while we're on that topic, I got a very interesting message on the, check this out. Check this out for comfort level. A San Francisco Examiner as two undercover federal agents met with a wealthy businessman in San Francisco to consummate an illicit deal for 2,000 automatic rifles, they were offered a far deadlier prize, missiles. Besides offering to sell the agents heavy machine guns and silenced machine guns, great, the arms dealer said he could also secure red parakeet surface-to-air missiles that he promised could take out a 747 airliner, according to a federal affidavit. Great, huh? Just great. High art, as with the downing of Flight 800, no one yet has come forward to take credit for the bomb blast in Atlanta. As much as we all hope that foreign terrorists are responsible, there really is a strong possibility our own citizens might have done it. Are they members of some domestic brighter left-wing political group? I doubt it. Odds are the perps of these crimes perpetrators are just a few of the thousands of nutball cases running around our fruited plain. My greatest fear is that just as with the Black Church fires, the publicity and massive media coverage of these tragedies is going to spur even more senseless acts. The criminals behind these crimes have succeeded in disrupting the Olympics, but not ending them. On the face, the Olympics seem to be about physical skill and strength, but in reality, they're more about dedication, determination, and character. The same can be said about America. And that is why terrorism will never defeat us. More comforting or quickening news for you. Federal prosecutors in Seattle have charged 8 people with, get this, conspiracy after the FBI seized pipe bombs and machine guns in weekend raids. Good heavens. Officials say agents arrested 5 of the suspects at a bomb-making class in Bellingham, Washington, north of Seattle. A bomb-making class. Great. A criminal complaint identifies 4 suspects as members of the Washington State Militia. Yikes. The other 4 suspects are said to be members of a Seattle, quote, Freeman, end quote, group. Prosecutors charge the suspects intended to arm themselves for eventual confrontation with the U.S. government or the UN. This is just great. Welcome to the age of terror. I guess, at the end of the year when they do the retrospective, this will be called the year terrorism came to America. This is kind of an interesting, by the way, my web page is down. I'm sure Keith will notify me if it comes back up again. But some server somewhere went, and that was it. So the web page at the moment is down. Art, I've just come back from visiting a massive rock formation in the field next to Stonehenge in Wiltshire, United Kingdom. So here is somebody who stood there. The symbol is known as a Julia-set and is named after the mathematician who invented it and paved the way for many of the theories mathematicians now have about fractals. It is so incredibly intricate and mathematically perfect that the idea of hoax is completely out of question. As I visited there, military helicopters flew overhead several times, coming in close to study the form. But how can anybody not see something strange is happening? Or at least acknowledge there is something that our present science cannot even come close to explaining. This is probably the most stunning formation yet. It was formed on the 8th of July at between 5:30 and 5:45. A field situated next to a major truck road, which would have been extremely busy at the time. A pilot making a routine commercial flight said that no formation was there when he flew at 5:30. He always looks down at Stonehenge. It's a matter of habit. The farmer discovered it at 5:45 p.m. stating he was in the adjacent field at 5:30, didn't see or hear a thing. So don't believe the military on this one if they say it is of no defense significance. Why then are they monitoring the field by constant overflights from Boscombe Airfield, or Boscombe Down Airfield, I guess it is? Come on then, skeptics and debunkers. Let's see you explain away this one. This should be really entertaining. Yes, a quote from one farmer, when asked if he did it, he said, quote, "Only if I painted the Sistine Chapel ceiling as well," end quote. So, if and when my webpage gets back up, you can certainly go take a look at this crop circle. It is really exciting. And then this on Dear Art, I have been having fun, as you, with the chupacabra business until now. Bear in mind what you're hearing comes from Boulevard, California. Finally, an incident with one of our goats is completely unexplainable. In the wee hours of Friday morning, we found a 75-pound, year-old buck dead in one of the pens. There was no sign at all of any problem except for 6 puncture wounds, guess where? On its throat. The wounds were fairly evenly spaced, about half-inch apart, punctures about 1/8 inch across. No blood coming from any of the wounds. But there was the appearance of dried saliva on the goat's hair surrounding the wounds. This was a healthy buck, which would have sired many prize-winning kids had it not died of whatever. Most of the weird things that happen on this farm of 400 dairy goats can be explained, but I cannot explain this one. We'll be right back. The new year is here now, and many of you have made a promise, or you should have, to make more money and better your life. One does generally equal the other. Money is not everything, but it's pretty nice when you have it. And when you think about your future, our future, collectively, do you see it getting better or worse? Some financial pundits have just about made commodities a dirty word. To heck with them. The fact of it is, if you learn the ins and outs of how to do it, how to approach it with the right attitude, commodities can pay off big time. Ken Roberts is a nationally known financial educator and multi-millionaire investor. He has taught, literally now, tens of thousands of people how to invest in commodities and manage your own money without depending on a broker. Now, we've had this ad on for some time, and I've had a lot of faxes and email and snail mail from people who, and the post office, by the way, doesn't like that term, snail mail. I've been getting some objections. Anyway, I've had a lot of feedback from people who have taken the course, and they're making money. What counts? The way it works is you trade on paper. When you're ready, when you know that you know what you're doing, only then do you begin using real money. It works. Now, if you'll dial the number I'm about to give you, they'll send you an audio cassette and a 44-page report that explains the whole thing. And it is free. So, want to better your life? Here we go. The number is 888-GOLD-KRC. That's 888-GOLD, G-O-L-D, KRC. In numbers, it's 888-465-3572. Right now, as you know, February 14th is approaching. February 14th. What is that? Oh, yes, that's Valentine's Day. You do have one, don't you? Well, to please your Valentine, I would like to suggest, respectfully, absolutely fresh flowers. A flower farm in Southern California. All they do is grow miniature carnations. As far as the eye can see, miniature carnations. So they sell them to you at a wholesale rate. Well, what that means is your Valentine will get this incredible shipment of flowers. I mean, absolutely gigantic. She'll love them. She'll love you. It's a good idea. It's $42.95. It includes a card from you with your message and name all handwritten. Very personal, very emotional, exactly the right thing to do. Call now. The number is 1-800, and they'll be delivered just at Valentine's Day. How about that? 1-800-562-6438. That's 1-800-562-6438. Absolutely fresh flowers. Well, guess what? Something that I've been looking for has arrived.
This is the CBC Radio Network.
Now, I'm well on the way to paying college tuition for my 5 daughters.
What you do with your money is your business. How you can make more of it is ours. Individual Investor Magazine is focused on one thing: results. Each month, Individual Investor seeks out undiscovered companies on the way up and distills that valuable information into simple, detailed profiles that you can act on.
It helped me earn the money to start my own company.
Individual Investor highlights growth stocks on the verge of exploding and the hottest mutual funds.
I went with one of their picks, and it doubled in 1 year.
For the 4th year in a row, Individual Investor's Magic 25 stock picks beat the experts and the indexes. And so did our readers. For $22.95, get 1 year of Individual Investor Magazine, the Magic 25 issue, and monthly updates.
To get Individual Investor, call 1-800-917-8400. What do I do with the money I make reading Individual Investor? Invest it. Make more.
When it happens, who will speak for you? Who will decide what happens to your minor children, your property and personal effects, and you? Without a current legal will, the courts will make those decisions. But with the National Will Kit, you will make those decisions before it happens. The National Will Kit is lawyer approved and legal in all 50 states. It can also help you avoid painful and costly estate litigation. You'll have a completed sample will for guidance, information on how to choose an executor and witnesses, even where to keep your will and who should know about it. You can probably do the whole thing in about an hour. Order your National Will Kit today, and we'll include a free living will guide that assures your wishes will be followed in case of an irreversible injury or illness. Have a charge card handy and call 1-800-224-1112 to order your National Will Kit. Only $19.95 plus shipping for the Will Kit and Living Will Guide if you order today. Satisfaction is guaranteed. Call 1-800-224-1112. That's 1-800-224-1112.
When the Soviets beat the U.S. basketball team in the '72 Olympics, America was outraged. When America's superstar speed skater lost in '92, we were shocked. But when our kids scored 14th in an international mathematics competition, we didn't even notice. America's schools haven't kept pace with the rest of the world. We haven't raised our standards as fast or as far as other countries. As a result, we're losing our ability to compete economically. But it's not too late to turn things around. In some places, it's already beginning to happen. To find out how together we can bring about the kind of improvement we desperately need, call 1-800-96-PROMISE. We'll send you a free booklet outlining how we can keep the promise of a real education for all of America's children and put ourselves back in the lead. A message from the Education Excellence Partnership and the Ad Council.
Say, do you have fields, overgrown pastures, even scrubby wooded areas you'd like to keep clear? Well, listen to what Clem Grabner of Fairfax, Virginia has to say about his amazing walk-behind DR field and brush mower.
We have 18 acres on the Shenandoah. We camp there. We used to have this one portion brush hogged, and then it got so expensive that if you mower, I think it pays for itself the first year. If you're gone a couple of weeks, places up to your days again. So it's been a real pleasure to have it. Most of it you can't cut with a regular mower. This mower that we have is just the thing we needed. It's very reliable, and it's got a good motor on it.
You can get a big color catalog direct from our factory all about the DR Field and Brush Mower. Just call toll-free 1-800-FIELD-13. That's 1-800-FIELD-13 for your free color catalog all about the amazing DR Field and Brush Mower.
Well, I volunteer at the school, you know, and I'd see her sometimes with a rough crowd, but she didn't seem to fit in. Most people are afraid of me. They don't even talk to me. It's not right, a kid like that, hanging around with nothing to do. She just walked right up to me and said, "I like your work." Nobody's ever said that to me before. "I want to see you paint something," I told her. And that's all it took. She got me to do it. I like it, because painting makes me look at things different.
Always kids, helping you make a difference.
CBC, Chancellor Broadcasting Company. For the strange and unusual, it's Greenland with Art Bell.
What do we discuss on Greenland? Two fascinating areas. Is there life after death, and are we alone in the universe? Two ultimate questions mankind's been trying to answer for thousands of years. We'll be talking about it this week, right here on Greenland.
This is an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. You're listening to Art's July 29th interview with telephone hacker Captain Crunch. And now, back to the best of Art Bell.
I've got it. I will not give you his real name unless he says we can do it, but this man is a legend in his own time, literally. Not his own mind, his own time. He's actually become a legend. I interviewed, we'll have to talk about how long ago it was, Captain Crunch. Now, many of you who hate the phone company, stick around. You're about to have a good time. This man's story is legendary to those old enough to remember it. For the rest of you, you're in for a treat. Captain Crunch is coming up. The VTech digital cordless telephone is $129.95 for a little while longer. If Newt Gingrich had had one, nobody would have been listening. Most people, I'm really surprised, that is the primary reason they seem to be buying this phone. It wouldn't be mine. Because I don't say things on the phone that I would mind people hearing, but it does offer that absolute privacy. I mean, people with scanners and other portable phones and TVs can't hear this. It is totally digital. For me, the advantage is the clarity. I don't like terrible sounding phones. Hum, click, disconnect, the normal kind of thing we get when we get people with portable phones here on the air. For me, that's why I buy it. Then there's distance, though I don't, every day I take a walk, and so I know it works a mile from my home. But of course, I've got a good straight shot here in the deserts. So what I would say to you is, if any one of those reasons are a reason for you to have a good portable phone, then buy this phone. It is the VTech 900 megahertz digital telephone, and right now it's $129.95. $129.95. Call Bob Crane in the morning. He'll send you one. The number is 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. Now our Senate, the U.S. Senate, which has a bill requiring Treasury to replace our money, the greenback, with a new style of multicolored money, ostensibly to prevent counterfeiting, call up the black market money, I don't know, whatever. But somewhere down the line, it could also be used to devalue the domestic currency because there'll be two versions, one to use inside the country, one out. A lot of people, many, don't believe this Senate bill actually exists. Well, seeing is believing, and we will send it to you free of charge. Free, I said, without obligation, just as information. Do you want a copy of the bill? Call 1-800-877-9799 today. North American Trading, 1-800-877-9799. And now, to a payphone in the wilderness we go. That's where payphone in the wilderness, I think. This is Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch, are you there?
Yeah. Do you hear me okay?
I do, as a matter of fact. Captain, can we utter or should we not utter your real name?
I don't care. It's John Draper.
John Draper. John Draper, the infamous. Well, John, a lot of the audience here is young, and they will not remember you, nor will they know you from coast to coast. John, let me first ask you, how long ago was it that I interviewed you in I think it was Monterey, wasn't it?
Oh, is that where you interviewed me in Monterey?
Don't you remember that?
I remember that, yeah.
Okay, that was...
Remember when I checked your car for bugs?
Yes, I do. Let's not talk about that, John. How long ago? That was like...
1972, 73.
Oh, man.
It was a long time ago.
Oh, man. John, we're getting old.
I don't really feel old.
Well, I bet. Do you look old? Yeah, I'm not either. John, I'm not either. I'm still, there's more kid in me than I would want to admit. It's just thinking about that many years ago we did the interview. Anyway, we need to begin at the beginning, and I know you've told the story a gazillion times to a gazillion people, but there are a gazillion people here now. And so why are you called, this is a good way to begin, why are you called Captain Crunch?
Well, Captain Crunch, of course, came from the Captain Crunch cereal. And back in those days, there was a toy whistle that came in the Captain Crunch cereal box.
I remember stuff in cereal. I used to empty out entire boxes of cereal like all kids did to get down to the good stuff, you know, the prize.
Right.
And that they were giving away a whistle?
Yeah, and apparently if you glue one of the holes up in the whistle, blow the whistle, the pitch is 2600 hertz, and that's the signal used by the phone company to disconnect a long-distance call.
Disconnect it?
To disconnect it, yeah.
To disconnect it. So you glued up, now see, I didn't remember that part. You glued up one little hole, and that produced a 2600 hertz tone, and that would disconnect a long-distance call.
Correct.
Okay, so, but what good does that do you? You whistle, you're talking to somebody long distance, and you whistle, and it disconnects, and then you're disconnected.
Right, but the beauty of it is, after you're disconnected, it leaves you on a trunk. Same kind of trunk that operators use.
A trunk?
Right.
Is that...
just like an open line.
A big, open party line.
Not a party line, just an open line that it would behave very similar to what an operator's console would be.
See, now I don't know. I've never been an operator. So do you hear a dial tone, or what are you left with?
No, you're just left with a silent nothingness. It's just there. And what you do is, if you wanted to dial 3, you'd pulse the whistle 3 times. And if you wanted to dial 1, you'd pulse it once. And then if you dial 5, you'd pulse it 5 times. And you'd eventually dial a number that way.
Any number?
Any long-distance number.
Really?
With area code first.
With area code first? So
you wouldn't have to dial the 1, though.
No one first, just the area code number?
Correct, and it would reconnect you to another number.
Cool. Really cool. I don't know why people think it's cool, the cheap phone company, except that the phone company, now I got to be very careful here, John, because I have a wonderful relationship with AT&T. They have provided me with the first ever international toll-free 800 number. So it should be, please bear in mind, everybody, that what John is explaining and what he did, well, you did go to jail, didn't you?
Yeah, I was eventually caught.
Went to jail, yeah. Anyway, I was going to say the statute of limitations is far gone on this, but it doesn't matter. You have paid your debt to society, right, John?
Right, and I've told my story through my website.
I meant to say my website was down, but I understand it is only down through AOL. Any other person can access it, and I suppose AOL will get it fixed shortly. In the meantime, if you will give me your website, my webmaster, Keith, will put in a link to yours.
Okay.
So let me hear what your URL. It's not too long, is it?
No.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, it's usual HTTP : that you always get.
Right.
Then a www.
Right.
.well, like WELL.
Right.
.com, COM.
Right.
A / user, USER.
Right.
Another / and crunch, CRUNCH. And my email address is crunch@well.com.
All right, that's www.well, WELL.com /user /crunch.
Correct. I've got my whole story up there.
All right. Are there any photographs up there for people?
Plenty of them.
Oh, there are. So anyway, you found out all of this about this silly little whistle, and then what did you do with that information, John?
Well, soon after I discovered the whistle, or other people turned me on to the whistle, the phone company was slowly switching their equipment to accept what are called multi-frequency tones. The whistle, when I used it to pulse a long-distance call, that's called the single frequency tone. It was just a single 2600 hertz. Later on, the phone company decided to use multi-frequency tones, either combinations of tone pairs.
Now, when you press a button on a modern touch-tone phone,
right,
you hear a dual tone, right?
Correct, but those tones on a touch-tone dial are different than the tones used in the internal switching.
In other words, in the trunking system.
Correct.
I've got you.
They use 2 tones out of 6.
So you began to get very interested, I presume, in, the word is hacking, in trying to figure out how the phone company worked. In the meantime, had you begun to make a whole lot of long-distance calls? And
initially, when I first discovered it, when the idea occurred to me, I just completely went off the wall. I was bouncing off the wall. I was real happy that I was able to do it. After about the first few calls, where I called a few of my buddies back in the Air Force that I knew, it started getting old, and I just stopped making long distance calls. There's nobody to call.
In other words,
have that many people that I knew.
The fun was going out of it, because once you call anybody you know who's long distance, they get tired of hearing from you, and you get tired of calling.
Correct. So after I've talked and just about everything I needed to say to all my long-distance friends, which really wasn't that much, I focused a lot of my efforts on understanding the internal codes used by the operators.
This is called hacking. It's now progressed, of course, to the computer world, but this was before all of that, really, and the home computer was a big deal. So there you were, hacking away at their tones. What did you manage to discover?
Well, we discovered a lot of things. We discovered, for instance, that it was possible to stack tandems. Let me explain what that means.
Please.
Yes. When you call into, let's say you're in Fresno, and the area code for Fresno is 209.
Right.
And let's say there's Modesto. Modesto also has area code 209.
Right.
To reach a distant operator in a distant city, you dial 209-121. 121 is the operator code. I don't believe these codes are used anymore. This is why I talk about them. When that happens, there's no way to distinguish whether you want to call Fresno or Modesto. So what you do is they add another 3-digit code in there. For instance, if you dial 209-042-121, that would specify that you were calling, let's say, Fresno. And then if you dial 209-044-121, that would then specify the other city.
I see.
So we call these O codes. Another name for them are called TTC codes. That's the internal telephone company jargon for the use of those codes.
Well, what good was this doing you? In other words, you were then in the Modesto area. I can see how you would get to Modesto or any other city. And then what?
Well, if you left out the 121 and dialed just 209-044, you would get a wink back and you'd get dropped on the Fresno trunk. And then from Fresno, if you dialed 044-042, or the other way around, you'd get another wink back and you'd loop back to Fresno and back to Modesto again, one loop, and you do it again and do it again. You keep looping back until all the trunks are busy.
Until all the trunks are busy?
Correct.
And then people can't call out of Modesto?
Only between the two cities. Other cities coming into Stockton and Modesto, it would probably work.
But you were locking out entire areas. And you were doing this with purpose or just to...
We didn't do it to be malicious.
You were having fun.
We did it to understand the system. And of course, we were very careful not to do it during peak calling times.
What you mean we, Santa?
Well, me and quite a few other friends that were hacking the system at the time.
Now, I understand there was a way that, this is something I can remember from the last interview. You told me that you could sort of have some mass hackers party line. In other words, you guys could find some empty, was it trunk or what? How did you do that?
Okay, there existed a phone line in Vancouver, Canada called the 2111 conference. To get into it, you could either use a Captain Crunch whistle and dial 604-555-1212, and then whistle it off, and then dial with the whistle, and then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and he would drop into that conference. That was the favorite conference to the blind phone freak kids who can whistle that with their mouths because they have perfect tits.
Oh, there are people who can do this and don't even need a whistle?
Correct.
Yikes.
And these became very popular. In fact, it was on one of those conferences that I was officially given the name Captain Crunch.
How did you earn that? Sort of the first, or I mean, what earned you captaincy?
Well, I kept getting on the conference for quite a while and started talking to these kids, and I put it up on a speakerphone while I was doing my work or other studies.
I see.
And I'd be listening to them talking all about this phone jargon, and I started picking up on it and understanding what was going on. And then they said, well, we got this other guy from San Jose, John Draper. Are you there? And I said, yeah, I'm here. And he said, well, how come you're using your real name?
Good point.
And I said, well, I don't know. He said, why don't you use a fictitious name? It'll probably be safer. And I said, yeah, I guess you're right. Well, let's see. Why don't I just use the name Captain Crunch? Is that name taken? They said, nah, that's a good name. Let's use that name. So I sort of became known as Captain Crunch in the 2111 conference, which was my first exposure to a large group of people all over the country that were accessing this big giant party line called the 2111 conference.
All right, well, Captain, that was the day, those were the days that AT&T had it all. They were the phone company, right?
Correct. There was only one phone company, the phone company. The Bells.
The Bells. By the way, do you still favor, do you have favorite? AT&T still your favorite?
No, I don't use AT&T.
You don't use AT&T? No,
You know why?
No, why?
They charge that 80-cent ridiculous surcharge on calling card calls.
Oh, I see. So
you can take you to the cleaners on that. If I want to check on mail messages, I can get on and off in less than 6 seconds.
Well, I noticed that you don't have a regular phone. You've got a mail service now.
Well, I have voicemail because I don't have a place to live.
I see. Has the phone company banned you forever?
No, I pay my bills just like everybody else. I have voicemail, and I have an inexpensive long distance service that provides me with exceptionally good rates and 6-second billing increments and no surcharge with an 800 access number.
Wow.
And that's, it's a pretty good service. It's been very reliable and very good.
Well, all right. So here you guys were all having this great meeting, and I presume exchanging new discoveries about how to hack. Is that about right?
Yeah.
So there you are. Now, when did you begin to think that the phone company would be unhappy about this and would begin to try and monitor you, if not catch your butt?
Well, I was fully aware of that, and I was very careful not to make any free phone calls from home. But that didn't preclude me from using a blue box and experimenting around with the O codes. I felt that if I were to dial into the internal network and not actually make free calls, actually just study and learn how the system went. There's this thing with intent here, but my intention was not to defraud the phone company.
You were on a learning curve. You wanted to learn about the internals of their system more than you wanted to make free calls.
Correct.
But it was possible, by the way, for you to...
Just a second?
Yes.
There's somebody here.
All right, sure. You're listening to John Draper, a.k.a. Captain Crunch, and we're doing a radio interview.
Okay, I'm back.
And he's like, you're like out in the middle of nowhere, huh?
I am at a private campground at the moment, up on Mount Tamalpais in Marin.
And that is sort of your temporary home, I take it.
It's one of many places that I usually wind up sleeping. I've got a story to tell about why I have become this way. It's an interesting story. It involves hacking, actually.
It does?
Yeah, I'll say. Well, let me explain. About a couple of months ago, I was trying to apply for a job, and it turns out that somebody turned me on to a hacking mailing list.
Oh no!
And
now we're to computers. Everybody ought to know that we're talking computers here, right?
Yeah, and in this hacking mailing list, somebody was actually saying a lot of derogatory terms about me that came to my attention. And I took these messages and passed them to my attorney, and my attorney, to ask him for advice. I basically wanted to ask him if I had any legal grounds for a lawsuit for this slanderous material on the net. But it turned out this very same hacker that was slandering me was also reading my mail.
Oh, hacking your mail?
Oh, yeah. You can imagine how many hackers want to hack Captain Crunch's mail.
I can, yes, of course. So there was a war on. Well, you're almost a public person, Captain.
Yes, that's precisely it.
And I'm sure that's what your attorney told you.
Yeah.
It's very hard to sue a public person. That is, to sue someone for slandering.
Here's the funny part. My intention, of course, was not to sue. My intention was just to investigate the possibilities at this point.
Sure. Maybe scare the hell out of the guy, maybe.
Yeah, in my investigation, the hacker found out that I was talking about him to my attorney and got very mad. And he started to monitor my mail more. And he discovered through listening and reading my mail that I was in the process of interviewing for jobs. Found out about it and contact these potential employers that not to hire me.
John, do you think this might be karma?
I don't know.
I mean, you know what I mean, don't you? In other words, in your younger incarnation, you got the phone company,
right?
And now, in later days, the computer people are getting you.
Oh yeah. That crossed my mind many times.
I mean, it might be just plain old karma. And so, in other words, this guy ruined jobs for you. Well, that is indeed seriously damaging. So that's why you are now without job, without home, more or less on the move?
Well, sort of. I've actually been invited to quite a few places, and I am considering taking up some invitations on these places. And I'm at the moment just enjoying my freedom of being able to travel around and not have any particular place that I have to go to.
Freedom is good. Freedom is good, isn't it, John?
Yeah, I am enjoying the freedom, and I'm making the best of it.
John, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. Just hang in there. We'll be right back. This is CBC.
If you've missed any part of tonight's interview with telephone hacker Captain Crunch, and you'd like to have a copy on tape, dial toll-free 1-800-917-4278 and ask for tape number 970206C. The cost is $33.50 for all 5 hours without the commercial. That number is 1-800-917-4278.
You've got tax questions. Who doesn't? The important thing is, where do you go for answers? Well, try calling the Internal Revenue Service. Teletax is your 24-hour toll-free helpline. You'll have access to recorded information on about 150 tax topics, from deductions to dependents to business expenses. Just call 1-800-829-4477. That's 1-800-829-4477 for Teletax. At the IRS, we want to help. In fact, that's why we're here.
In the next 60 seconds, I'm going to do something terrible to anyone who's ever wanted to play the piano. I'm going to take away your excuses. I'm George Mladen, and right now you can learn to play the piano using the See and Hear Piano series. The same simple learn-at-home method that's already taught thousands of people to play, with a full 60-day money-back guarantee. How can we make such an offer? Simple. The See and Hear Piano series works. Using a simple step-by-step approach covering chord construction, voicing, chord progressions, runs, and the circle of fifths, our audio and video tapes will teach you how to play your favorite songs and improvise like a pro. Call this number right now and try the See and Hear Piano series risk-free.
Stop making excuses and start making music. Call 1-800-905-PIANO. That's 1-800-905-PIANO. Try See and Hear with a 60-day money-back guarantee.
Things were really cooking at the Safety Belt Steakhouse. When we pinched them.
Ouch! Betty gives us a ticket.
That's right. And don't tell me Betty.
But we never wear safety belts. We're dummies.
Then here's something even you can understand.
For a good time, call...
No, Vic.
A ticket?
Police are now ticketing low-life scum who don't wear safety belts, so buckle up.
Surely you can give us a break.
No, and don't call me Shirley.
A message from the Department of Transportation and the Ad Council. USA Radio Network News, this is Ron Jenkins. The president presented his blueprint for the budget for the next fiscal year on Wednesday, and he said he was ready to work on a compromise with congressional Republicans on spending matters. Senator Frank Lautenberg, a Democrat from New Jersey, says it's really a rare day and sees the president's mind alive and well on Capitol Hill, and he says he hopes the GOP leadership stays in a cooperative mood.
I think the problem is going to be with the more extreme Republican members. You've heard the commentary. Will the Republican leadership, with all its good intentions, be able to round up the wild horses and get them in the corral?
Most Republicans are reserving comment until they've had a more thorough look at the president's budget. With the national strike deadline looming just a week away, representatives of the nation's number 2 airline, American, and its unionized pilots sat down in Fort Worth Wednesday for the first time in 3 weeks, but the two sides are far apart.
We have the finest group of pilots in the world, and they'll do it. I think everybody knows that. They'll keep working professionally. They'll keep doing their job 150% as they always do, up until midnight next Friday.
That's James Silvich, president of the Airline Pilots Association, who says neither side is budging on the issues. The president is asking Congress to expand health care to about half the 10 million U.S. children now without insurance and provide short-term coverage to millions of people between jobs. This is USA Radio News.
Millions of people who never even set foot in a casino take a dangerous gamble every day.
living without health insurance. You just can't afford not to have it. But affordable insurance can be hard to find, particularly if you're a hard-working entrepreneur or if you're working for a company that doesn't offer benefits. Fortunately, the Alliance for Affordable Health Care has a solution. Dependable, affordable health plans underwritten by the Mega Life and Health Insurance Company and Midwest National Life Insurance Company of Tennessee. Call the Alliance today at 1-800-468-9449. More than likely, there's a plan endorsed by the Alliance that fits your individual needs perfectly at a price you can afford. After all, if you can't pay the premium, all the insurance in the world is useless. So call 1-800-468-9449, Monday through Friday, 1 a.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't gamble. Go to the Alliance. That number again is 1-800-468-9449.
Ecuador has a new interim president following the impeachment of sitting President Abdullah Bucaram Thursday night. Bucaram started out as a popular president, but began turning the people against him when he started increasing costs of utilities by vast amounts and doing other unpopular things. The Congress voted him out by a 44-34 vote Thursday night after near riots in the street. They elected the leader of the Congress as interim president until elections can be held. USA's Ken McHarg is in the capital city of Quito.
The strike was very successful. It began as a one-day strike on Wednesday, and then it became an indefinite strike until he was thrown out. 2 million people marched and closed roads around the country. There's been no gasoline delivery from Sunday until Thursday evening.
And McHarg says the people are dancing in the streets in celebration. An Army friend of Timothy McVeigh reportedly has told authorities that McVeigh told him the Oklahoma City bombing was intended to foment a general uprising. This is USA Radio News.
Listen carefully. If you do not have a will, without a will, you will have no say regarding who gets your property and who becomes guardian of your children. For only $19.95 plus shipping, you can settle these critical matters. The Family Life Will Kit, prepared by lawyers, is legal in all 50 states. Have your credit card handy and call us at 1-800-WILL-KIT. That's 1-800-WILLKIT. Your loved ones will appreciate you for it. That's 1-800-WILL-KIT.
Federal marshals are searching for former White House Personnel Security Chief Craig Livingstone, the sermon with a lawsuit.
U.S. District Judge Royce Lambert sent the marshals to find both Livingstone and his former employee, Anthony Marcisa, after lawyers for a conservative group alleged the two men had evaded service of the lawsuit since it was filed last September. The group's invasion of privacy lawsuit seeks $90 million in damages for the mishandling of FBI background files of 5 former White House employees that Livingstone and Marcisa obtained from the Bureau. The suit seeks damages under the Privacy Act. John Decker, USA Radio News, Washington.
A jury in Cincinnati, Ohio, has decided that nickels and dimes are more important than human kindness. They have convicted Sylvia Staten, a grandmother who deposited coins in strangers' parking meters as a random act of kindness. They said she was obstructing official business when she refused to stop at a policeman's order. Ron Jenkins on the USA Radio Network.
On, and you may not even know it. You and your eyesight are in a race against time, because the longer you live, the greater your risk of developing a retinal degenerative disease that could lead to blindness. Even if your eyesight is fine now, diseases like retinitis pigmentosa and macular degeneration could catch up with you, like it has for as many as 6 million Americans. This is one race you don't want to lose. Call the Foundation Fighting Blindness at 1-800-683-5555 for a free information packet on retinitis pigmentosa or macular degeneration, including information about symptoms, treatment, and research. After all, the more you know now, the better your chances of beating it later. Call the Foundation Fighting Blindness for your free information packet at 1-800-683-5555 today. Because in the race against time, the cure in sight could be for all.
To purchase all 5 hours of tonight's interview with hacker Captain Crunch, all without commercial interruptions, dial 1-800-917-4278 and ask for tape number 970206C. The cost is $33.50. That number is 1-800-917-4278. And now back to the best of Art Bell.
Levitron. That's the so-called toy that can literally levitate for minutes at a time using nothing more than permanent magnets. They said it couldn't be done, and they were wrong. Not only can it be done, but we're getting ready to have a contest to see who can levitate the Levitron for the longest consecutive period of time. You must document it on videotape. And the person who can achieve that wins one of the first Levitron perpetuators. Another breakthrough in physics from the same people who brought you Levitron. The perpetuator will keep the Levitron going forever. The contest deadline is Easter Sunday. So, if you've got a Levitron, you better begin practicing. If you don't, you better get one. So, to get one or to enter the contest, under any conditions, call 1-800-275-2877. That's 1-800-275-2877. $35 plus shipping and handling. And it comes with an exclusive 24-minute videotape that'll turn you into a Levitron master. 1-800-275-2877. Are you making too many trips to the bathroom? Loss of sex drive? Libido? These are two symptoms generally associated with an enlarged prostate. Now, that's not good, and it can eventually bring the need for surgery. Or, first, you can try Dr. Teplinsky's formula made of natural stuff, natural things for an enlarged prostate. All natural, folks. Every natural ingredient that has been clinically proven in its practice to affect the size of the prostate, obviously the symptoms associated with it. And here's the deal, extremely straightforward and simple. You buy 2 bottles, each bottle good for a month. You get a third bottle free. So you've got a 3-month supply. If in that time your symptoms are not relieved, you get your money back. Period. Tell them Art Bell sent you. The number is 1-800-249-6060. That's 1-800-249-6060. All right, back now to the captain, Captain Crunch, who found out a way many years ago now, to defeat the telephone company's internal system. And he did things like locking up trunk systems, having meetings with his friends in these big party chat trunk basements. He was so far into the phone company it wasn't even funny. John, are you there?
Yep.
Tell me, do they still call you Captain today, mostly?
Well, I've sort of like been given the name Crunchman.
Crunchman?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've used for my website.
I see. Now, it is worth asking you, Crunchman, Captain Crunch, how a person who is now without a home, and that's a long story we began to tell, has a website?
Oh, well, I've been on the well ever since the well started back in 1982, 83, or 84, some general area.
So you jumped right on the computer bandwagon?
Back then, yeah, actually the well people invited me on to comment on some of the hacker conferences that they had way back then.
Well, listen,
the well was sort of like a local community system. Conferencing system.
Is it kind of like what came before the web?
Oh, much before the web.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, let us back up a little bit to the telephone company troubles all those years ago. The FBI finally got on to you, right, Captain? How did they do it?
Okay. Well, soon after we were playing around with the blue boxes, somebody who was also playing around with blue boxes was using blue boxes as well, totally independent from us.
Did you build the first blue box?
Probably not the first one. but one of the first ones.
One of the first ones. The blue box was a technical improvement on the whistle, right?
Correct. Well, because
Crunch
it basically all a blue box is a multi-frequency tone generator.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Can a blue box still be used?
I don't believe so. I haven't tried, and I'm not going to.
Do you hear that, guys? He's not going to. You have truly given up your phone hacking days, right?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Absolutely, without a doubt. All right, so anyway, here's the blue box. This sucker will allow you to access satellites, all kinds of things, right?
Right. So I get a call. Actually, I get a call from this guy, Ron Rosenbaum, who was working on an article for Esquire magazine called The Secrets of the Little Blue Box. And these blind kids begged me to talk to this guy because these blind kids had already talked to this guy and given him way too much information already. So I somehow wound up talking to him. God knows why.
You did an interview about this?
Yeah.
Oh,
but you see, the interview was done at a place where I called him, and I called him from a very remote phone. I don't believe the interview was tapped. Even if it was, I don't think there would have been any problem with me.
Okay, at this point, you were not giving him your real name, right?
Oh, absolutely no way.
Okay, well, that's not so bad then. So you did an anonymous.
I was still underground. I had not been busted.
All right, so you were just still Captain Crunch, period, and you were doing it.
That was it, yeah.
All right, well, that's not so bad, I guess.
So I consented to be interviewed by him under certain restrictions that I would give him my real name.
Yeah.
And the article came out in Esquire magazine, and when it did, I mean, it hit the phone companies like a bomb. I mean, their secret was literally out. It didn't take long before Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple Computer, was pawing through the technical Bell journals at his local college and discovered a certain Bell technical journal that gave the frequencies of the little blue box. He discovered that the frequencies of the little blue box were quite different than the frequencies that were published in Esquire magazine, which were deliberately given to prevent people from doing it.
Very good. However,
but Woz took the frequencies and noticed the similarity to the frequencies that were given out in the Esquire magazine article, and built a box with the real frequencies, but he didn't know how to use the box. At the time, I was working for a community radio station in Cupertino.
Right.
And word got out that a friend of Woz knew me and wanted me to contact Woz about this.
He needed operational help.
Correct. So Woz somehow convinced me or talked me into going up to UC Berkeley campus, at which time I gave him a demonstration on how to use the thing.
His jaw no doubt dropped open.
Yeah. He was quite impressed with what you could do with it. You could call overseas numbers. Call anything, you know. I gave him some typical operator codes and said, here's what you can do with it.
Yeah.
And eventually,
do the wild thing at 702-727-1295.
If we did not at any time want to use our technology for personal.
So you didn't, in other words, you didn't want it to be commercialized.
Correct.
Okay.
I personally was adamant against any commercial game using this technology back then. I was making free calls and selling them.
You were absolutely a pure amateur.
Oh, I was a pure hacker. I was a hacker.
Amateur as opposed to professional. I suppose when you turn around and start selling this stuff, then you're
in that context. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
So at this point, Woz was selling these things, and I remember him putting a little note inside the little blue box saying he has the whole world in his hands. One of the things that Woz did with the box called the Vatican and asked to talk to the Pope.
Really?
Yeah.
I once tried to call Castro in Cuba, too. I didn't get through. I got close. I actually got close. Surprised me. You can actually call world leaders. Anyway, so he tried to call the Pope.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, you know, these people are not as inaccessible as you might imagine.
Right. Soon after that, Waz's car broke down on the way to UC Berkeley, and he happened to have been somewhere in Fremont or Hayward. He was at a payphone.
Yep.
And he decided that he wanted to try the blue box to see if he can call for help on his car.
Oh, geez.
Well, just as he gets to the payphone with the blue box, a cop car pulls up.
Oh, boy.
And the cop says, "What you doing?" And Waz says, "Making a phone call." And the cop sees the blue box in Waz's hand and says, "What's that?" And Waz says, "It's a music synthesizer."
Good answer.
The cop was playing with the tones for a while, with that little acoustical coupler thing that you used to put to the mouthpiece to make the call.
Ah, yes.
Cop hands it back to Waz and says, "A guy by the name of Moog beat you to it."
Oh, boy.
Moog is the person that makes the music synthesizer.
I see.
And Waz said, "Phew," and sort of got in his car and left. But back then, you know, the police weren't really aware of what the blue boxes could do.
Yes.
Even though maybe the Esquire magazine article did come out at that point.
Still, there was not a full awareness yet.
Right. It took a while for the impact of the Esquire article to hit home. About a month or so later, the 2111 conference was getting switched over to the multi-frequencies, because the 2111 conference was on one of the very few remaining single-frequency trunks in Vancouver. They were switching over now to the multi-frequency trunking, and all of the phone hackers decided to have one big last bash at the 2111 conference and have a huge party line to commemorate the death of the 2111 conference. And as the phone company was making the cutover to the new switching office, they were fully aware at this point of all these calls coming to this very strange trunking mechanism.
Do you think somebody at the phone company was sitting there listening to these parties you guys were having?
Oh, I would, without a doubt. We didn't really care. We weren't really concerned with that, because we weren't really making free calls. We were only just using their internal trunking.
Yeah, sort of.
Well, it's just a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
We thought so anyway. What happened at that point was calls were starting to get traced back to the individuals making the call.
Now, how many of these people were doing this from their house?
I was actually doing it from my house at the time, but I was jumping on somebody's auto-verified trunk. Auto-verified trunks is what you use to pop in on somebody else's line, and with my friend Fred's permission, I jumped in on his line and sat there, just bridged across his line.
Wait. Jump in on somebody's line. Now, tell me something, and everybody else, too, at the same time, Captain. There have been many times, not many, but enough, when I've made a call, and instead of reaching the party I was trying to call, I get dumped into the middle of somebody's conversation. And occasionally, I'll yell, "Hey!" And they'll go, "Hey, who the hell are you?" and there'll be a two-way. A lot of times, I'll go, "Hey!" And there'll be no answer. And yet their conversation just goes on. How does that happen?
That happens because sometimes the switching equipment screws up and switches on an incorrect trunk. And if it switches on an incorrect trunk, sometimes it switches just a one-way trunk. Sometimes it switches a two-way trunk.
I see.
And so what you probably got was a one-way trunk where you could hear them, but they couldn't hear you.
Exactly right. And so you had the ability somehow to...
Well, yeah, of course, with the technology that we had, we had the ability of jumping in on a line. It's busy. It was the same kind of thing that the emergency operators used to tell the party talking on the line to give up the call.
Oh, right. So you had a set of tones that, in other words, you would just dial the number that's busy and then hit some special sequence of tones, and boom, you're in the middle of the conversation?
Well, actually, it was quite even simpler than that. We just call the operator. We'd use a loop around, and through the loop around, we'd call the operator, and we'd simply say, "Operator, would you please put us up on a note test trunk?"
A note test trunk.
Yeah, and she'd say, "Yes, sir," and she'd click us in, and she'd leave the line, and then we just, with the blue box outpost, the last 5 digits of the phone number that we wanted to tap in on, and we would.
Wait a minute. Why would the operator be willing to do that? First of all, I don't know what a no test trunk is, but why would she be willing to do that? Did she assume that you were like a repair guy?
Exactly.
Oh.
The phone company didn't have a very good mechanism for identifying their own internal employees.
Oh.
They are the masters of communication, but within their system, their communications was very weak.
I understand.
And so it was not uncommon, if you use the right telephone company jargon, to just simply get the regular old home operator to do things for you and put you up on certain lines.
Yeah. I get that. I can imagine that's absolutely true.
Because back in those days, it was not a problem.
Okay. So you could do that, and then you could jump in on the middle of anybody.
Yeah, anybody that's talking on the line.
Now, here there's a big ethical, moral dilemma, of course.
Well, in my particular case, I didn't jump on somebody's line without his permission. I had his permission to jump on the line.
Well said, Captain.
When I talked to my friend Fred on his other line, I said, "Fred, I'd like to get back in on the 2111 conference. I just got knocked off.
Oh.
Do I have your permission to visit on the line you're already calling on?" He said, "Sure, go ahead and just note that stuff on my line." I said, "Okay, fine." I went to call the operator up, and I said, "Operator, would you please connect me to a note test trunk, please?" He said, "Sure, one moment, sir." Click. And then I outpulsed his number, and I got right up on Fred's line. I said, "Hi, Fred, I'm up." He said, "Great." And then that way I was still able to participate in the conference because my particular incoming line to the 2111 conference had already been knocked down.
So I guess the phone company read the Esquire article. They probably went crackers and said...
in a very big way.
Yeah, I can imagine. In other words, you were a bunch of...
That would be the understatement of the year.
You were like a gnat on Bell's butt, so to speak.
Yeah.
Until the Esquire article. Now, and then the confirming tones, and then all of a sudden the whole country had it. So the phone company went crackers. I'm sure they called the FBI and said, "We're in deep doo-doo here. If this gets out, we're ruined. We've got to get these guys."
Well.
Or something like that.
Or something like that. As far as I could tell, what happened next, the phone company basically contacted the Justice Department and the FBI to set up grand jury investigations in about 10 different cities all over the country.
Oh, boy.
The purpose of the grand jury investigation were to subpoena these young kids who they were able to trace back to quite a few people's phone lines that were on the 2111 conference. They then subpoenaed these people to testify before a grand jury.
How old were these? How old were you then?
Oh, I was still in my mid-30s.
You were in your mid-30s. But a lot
of these kids were in their 17, 16-year range.
Typical hacker age.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these kids got visited by the FBI, who then said, "You are subpoenaed." And they were then forced to testify before a grand jury, who then asked them a lot of questions about who they knew. And, of course, my name came up.
Captain Crunch, the name Captain Crunch was repeated probably in several grand juries at once.
Yeah.
So then the Justice Department, I guess,
was building a case against them.
Was building a case. Still, though, they had not walked in on you?
No.
Yikes.
But during that time...
Did you know? I mean...
of course I did. From that point on, I didn't do anything from home. I was very careful.
Oh, I see. So where would you go? To friends' houses? Or to phone booths? Or?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it from home. I wouldn't do it from a place where it would be easy to trace me.
Yeah, but wouldn't you be afraid that if, like, you went to a friend's house, they would trace the number to there? And, the FBI walking in on you is a very unpleasant experience. And you tend to talk. So if they walked in on a friend of yours, just idle thinking here.
Well, that's what happened. They did talk, and that's why I got indicted.
I see. So somebody, you don't have to give me a name, but somebody gave you up, or several people gave you up?
Yeah, I might say that.
It just did.
So it's the fall guy.
Yeah, so you were living in the Bay Area, right, San Fran?
Yeah, down in the Los Gatos area, actually.
Uh-huh. And so they finally, I guess, got a warrant for your grand jury indictment, or what?
Yeah, so in May 1972, I was picked up just as I was coming home from the college.
And what did they do? Did they arrest you on the spot, or did
Yeah, just as I was getting out of my car, they swarmed all over me, and they dragged me into they took me down to the magistrate's office.
Well, they needed physical evidence. Did they have a search warrant go in and...
Oh, yeah, they went into my place, and they found all my equipment and blue boxes.
Bad. Well, what did you do? Did you say, it's not me. I don't have any idea how those damn things got there. Somebody must have come in the middle of the night and left them in my apartment.
Well, after I contacted the attorney, I was told to say nothing.
Good advice. So you shut your mouth?
Pretty much.
Uh-huh. And so then they sat you down and sweated you a little, didn't they?
No, they took me down to the Santa Clara County holding tank, and when the magistrate saw me, he basically released me on my own recognizance.
Was that a good idea?
Well, I wasn't really a flight risk.
So in other words, you didn't run away. That's what I'm asking. You remained around. So you got released. All right, look, we're at the bottom of the hour. That's where we'll break and come back and resume Captain Crunch's story. John Draper, a.k.a. Captain Crunch, the man who had the phone company for some time by the throat. He is a legend, and he'll be back. This is CBC.
Stay tuned for more with telephone hacker Captain Crunch on this encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
This is CBC.
Hi, this is Art Bell. You know, if I knew what was coming next, I don't think it would be nearly so much fun. I do a program called Coast to Coast AM, and it's right here throughout the nighttime, the late night hours. So if you can't sleep, or you don't want to sleep, or you just would like to join us for sort of an all-night party, be here.
CBC, Chancellor Broadcasting Company, for the strange and unusual, it's Greenland with Art Bell.
What do we discuss on Greenland? Two fascinating areas. Is there life after death, and are we alone in the universe? Two ultimate questions mankind's been trying to answer for thousands of years. We'll be talking about it this week, right here on Greenland.
This is Roger Frettenberg, radio's regular guy, expert pundits and everything know-it-all. Make a big mistake underestimating the regular guys and gals in America today. And if you enjoy a blunt sense of humor and a head-on approach to issues, then of course join me, Roger Frettenberg, radio's regular guy, in that town of Louisville. We got a man to call Big Bad Bill. I want to tell you, he show us stuff. And it just stuck his stuff.
America's increasing interest in alternative medicine is the basis of My Talk Radio Network program. Hello, I'm Deborah Ray, host of Here's to Your Health. We bring you the latest information on research, books, products related to natural health. And you always have the opportunity to call with your questions and comments. Here's to Your Health is heard right here on Talk Radio Network.
What's the fastest way to get your federal income tax refund? Don't mail in your tax return. Phone it in with Telefile from the IRS. Last year, millions of people filed their taxes with a free phone call from a touch-tone phone. Filing your taxes doesn't get any easier. To you receive a telefile booklet in the mail, check to see if you qualify. Then pick up your phone, punch in your numbers, and your taxes are filed. Telefile from the IRS. It's free, it's fast, it works.
Somewhere in your distant past, there was an original upset or trauma. Perhaps many of them. Someone or something that you deeply resented changed the course of your whole life. This is the reason for all your conflicts and unhappiness. Once you respond wrongly, the events and people of the past and present operate through you. Repressed feelings and desires act out their drama through your personality, as though they were your own ambitions and dreams. The book, How to Conquer Negative Emotions, will help you uncover and neutralize the programming of your past by conquering negative emotions in the present. The present is the key to the past and the future. Change the way you act today, and you will change the infantile way you have learned to deal with stress. How to Conquer Negative Emotions, $15.95 at your local bookstore.
For 6 million Americans, losing their vision to eye diseases like retinitis pigmentosa and macular degeneration, sight isn't just a wish, it's a dream. And the number of those going blind increases daily, with millions more at risk. Fortunately, since 1971, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has been working on a cure. In fact, their research may just save your sight or that of your loved ones.
Look, Mommy, another star.
For information on retinitis pigmentosa, macular degeneration, and other retinal degenerative diseases, call 1-800-394-8280.
Yes, honey, I see.
The Foundation Fighting Blindness, 1-800-394-8280, because it takes vision to find a cure.
Hi, the Dave Dawson Show. It's habit forming.
Hello, I'm Dave Dawson. And you may be asking, who the heck is Dave Dawson? Well, I'm a friend. I think I'm a political analyst. I'm a student of social change. I'm a curious onlooker. Some say I'm surprising, disarming, and plugged in. Some even say I'm a teddy bear. Oh, and I almost forgot, I'm the host of a radio talk show called, of all things, The Dave Dawson Show.
Dave Dawson, right here on this Talk Radio Network station.
Tonight, while Art spends a few more days in the warm sun of Mexico, Chancellor Broadcasting Company presents the Best of Art Bell. Tonight, we take you back to last summer, July 29th, to Art's 5-hour interview with longtime telephone hacker, Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch has done time for his theft of phone service that he taps from high-tech trunk lines at the phone company. Look for Art to return to the airwaves live next Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. So here it is, 5 hours with Captain Crunch. That's tonight, Thursday night, Friday morning on this, the Best of Art Bell.
Weight. Are you overweight? Do you ripple while you walk? Well, we can do something about that. Fiber is a remarkable substance that sweeps fat out of the digestive tract like a broom. And we've got a revolutionary fiber. It's called chitosan. It's a natural fiber that comes, believe it or not, from shellfish. Not only does it sweep fat, but it absorbs 10 times more fat than any other fiber. You can get it in a formula called Chito Slim. It's very effective because you can lose weight, believe this, without changing what you eat. No stimulants. It's gentle and effective. Here's the offer. It's a guarantee, actually. You order a 90-day supply of Chito Slim. You get an antioxidant moisturizing cream free. Call 1-800-557-4627. That number again is 1-800-557-4627. Remember, if you don't lose the weight, you get the money back and you keep the cream. Now, Vice President Al Gore has said, rightfully, that telecommunications is by all odds the most important lucrative marketplace of the 21st century. Well, it certainly is. And SMR is what they're developing, specialized mobile radios, kind of like cellular, except you get a greater distance. You get more reliability. You have more commercial application, and it's about half the price. You know what happened to cellular. Imagine what will happen here. Already built, frankly, in most of the country, New York, LA, Houston, Boston, Detroit, more. And the final site is being licensed now to investors. Sure, there is some risk. This is why it is called an investment, not a guarantee. But they invite you to find out how a minimum $8,700 invested now could return to you $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 or more, plus a yearly income for the rest of your life. Write the number down that I'm going to give you. Better yet, call it now. 1-800-444-1049. They will dispatch to you after a couple of questions. A free video and all the information you need to make the right choice. It's 1-800-444-1049. Well, all right, back now to Captain Crunch. And here he was in the not-so-gentle hands, no doubt, of the FBI. And they had you in custody. They had you in pokey, in fact, right?
Right.
So, what happened?
So, well, I stayed in a holding tank about 4 hours.
Yep. Bad
Then I got to see the magistrate in the morning.
Yep.
And the magistrate released me
On your own.
on OR.
Right.
Then I went and contacted my attorney. I managed to evade the press. There was a couple of reporters there, as I recall. I think John Carroll from the San Jose Mercury was there.
This was a big story. As a matter of fact, Captain, it broke nationally, really, didn't it?
Yeah, it was in the news. It was quite newsworthy at the point. What happened was, I believe actually, as I recall, I believe one of the reporters actually gave me a ride home.
Oh, really? No doubt, out of the goodness of his heart and desiring an interview. Did you give him an interview on the way home?
I told him that I was really not supposed to talk about it.
Yeah.
I only showed him the arrest warrant and the police report that I was handed, which was public information and knowledge anyway. I mean, they could have gotten it. And I found out later that was okay to do. I went to my attorney's place who prepared the case, and they basically had...
What did he say to you? Did he say, hey, John, you're screwed?
No, he didn't. He said he was very methodical and very businesslike. He said, well, let's see what they got.
Yeah.
So they went through the discovery process, and they discovered that they had some of my equipment, and it was illegal for me to possess it. So they had me.
They had you on possession?
Yeah.
Of a blue box?
Of the equipment.
Of the equipment. How much equipment did you have? John?
All I had was a small blue box.
That was it?
That was it, yeah.
But that was enough?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so they've got the physical evidence, and no doubt they had phone records. Could they connect? The next thing they had to do, right, was connect the use of that box. Because you can possess things, well, maybe you can't.
Well, they had tapes of my voice on the 2111 conference.
Oh, that's right.
Tapes of me making calls when I was bridged to the 211 conference with my voice.
Even worse. So they had you.
Yeah, pretty much. What happened later was I was offered a deal.
A deal?
Yeah.
What kind of deal?
I was offered a $1,000 fine and probation for 5 years.
Yes.
If I pled guilty to one of the crimes.
Was that?
No, Title 18, Section 1343 is fraud by wire.
Fraud by wire. Yeah. Wire fraud, basically.
Yeah.
I see.
After I pled guilty to that, I was able to, in the 5 years, go and have it expunged from my record as part of the deal.
So it has now been expunged.
Oh, yeah.
So this is now, at least that part of your life, is totally behind you.
Yeah.
When you think back on those days, and I did a few things, Captain, myself, that the statute of limitations, fortunately, is long since passed on, that that when I look back on them, I know it shouldn't be true, but they were fun. Is that the way you look back on that? Well, you probably don't, huh? Because you ended up in jail. Or did
Well, that part certainly wasn't. But the part where we had a lot of fun with the system was.
Were you ever officially contacted by the phone company?
No. I thought about it, and I thought about what I would do if I were contacted. And I don't understand why they didn't contact me. They probably thought I was such an evil person.
Evil? Yeah, I suppose from their point of view, you were evil.
And so it was like, I assumed that they probably didn't contact me because it was like asking the fox to guard the hen house.
Well, yeah, but that is what a lot of companies like that do. I mean, these days, the best of the computer hackers, the subject yet to be covered, really, are frequently hired by companies to protect them from their brethren.
Yeah, they made a bad decision not to hire me, because if they would have hired me, I certainly would have signed a non-disclosure agreement. I certainly would have shut out. And instead, they throw me in jail. And while I was in jail, I was exposed to the kind of people that shouldn't have that kind of technology. And I had classes in jail. I taught everybody how to do it.
You did what? You taught them in jail how to operate blue boxes and whistles and all that? Really?
Oh, everything they wanted to know.
Oh, John. I've heard that our...
By a method the FDA has certified.